reach the other side of the rainbow. It's alright, take a chance, 'cause there is no circumstance that you can handle when you use your mind. Sonic boom, sonic travel keeps you running faster. Sonic boom, save the planet from disaster. Through the dark to the light, it's a supersonic flight. Gotta keep it going. Sonic boom, sonic boom, sonic boom. Sonic boom, sonic boom, sonic save the planet from disaster. Sonic boom, sonic spinning through a world in motion. Sonic boom, sonic
Hi everyone, I think that should be audible. I'm just getting the next one up. I do apologize for the change in schedule. When sometimes things happen, when you have a 24-day long marathon with a much smaller team, things can go wrong. Things go wrong at GDQ, and they have a 100-person team with with hundreds of volunteers, and things can go wrong. So sometimes these things happen, and that is okay. Since I haven't been on stream in a while, please, do remember that we're doing this for charity this time. Thank you everyone for your thing. For those of you who don't know, my name is Zell. I haven't actually been talking on the stream because usually we just have music playing and we just run. But right now, Woady is getting set up with the next run. Sorry, just talking with my admin. But yeah, this happens. Yeah, my name is Zell. I run this channel with Frosty, we're both diagnosed with she's got fibromyalgia, I have chronic fatigue syndrome, which both open medicine foundation looks at. So yeah, do donate if you can. We're almost at our goal of 2,000. That's probably my family planning our Christmas thing. So speaking of Christmas, for a lot of places, COVID is still a major thing, especially right now, and a lot of cities are locking down a little bit. So even though the marathon ends on the 24th, there's a special task I want to play. It is 10 hours long. Oh no, it's 11 hours and 30 minutes long. It is the longest task in task videos. it is some PS1 racing game, max percent. We're gonna watch that. I'm gonna queue up that and another one, and we're gonna watch Tasks on Christmas. If you don't have anywhere to go, if you don't have anything to do, this task is just 11 and a half hours of listening to music and driving. It's probably gonna be really good. It's gonna be good in a very specific sense. So I'm looking forward to it. It's just gonna give us something to do, something for people to do. And then, depending on if my job works out or not. Yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry guys, I just gotta make sure that everything is good. Why does this keep happening? Please just let me hit. Okay, good. But yeah, I do want to thank everyone for your patience. Woady is in Silva. He was going to stream this anyway, but he's got to crop it now into our thing. I really do hope that everyone is enjoying this Lonathon. I will say that today we are now getting to the point where we are longer than most of the other runs that I've done, most of the marathons I've done. In 2 days, this will be longer than any marathon I've done. And then there will still be 5 more days after that. So thank you so much everyone for watching. I'll probably not do this again this long. Don't worry, I will do Lonathons again, but they're probably going to go back to the original 15 days. Maybe 17 to 19. Lots of Lore will continue its tradition of being between April Fool's Day and Easter for the rest of eternity. Whenever that is, it'll either start or end on. It'll start and end on those 2 days in whichever order they appear in. That will continue for the rest of eternity. So lots of Lore will continue to be that strange marathon. Really Lonathon will probably be closer to 15 days in the future. But I do want to run more events, as I'm sure that you guys have noticed, and more side things. So depending on how my work works out, there's some weird things at my work. I work for a company that is contracted by one of the largest companies in the world. So unfortunately, no matter how good I actually do, if my numbers aren't good enough, if my numbers aren't good enough, then I might lose my job. If that happens, you guys are going to get a nice treat right after the Christmas. So right after those tasks I plan to play, I am going to do I'm going to do Final Fantasy 14, and I'm dubbing the category the Hydaelyn Zodiac Saga speedrun. which is every main story quest from the start of The Realm Reborn to the end of Endwalker. Every single quest in the entire game. It is going to probably be a 5-day speedrun with about 70 hours of gameplay. No, we won't be battling queues. So I'll wake up. I know when the servers I play on are gonna have short queues, so I would wake up for those. There will probably be no queues. Unfortunately, we can't stay logged into the game like I did previously, but that's fine. Yeah, I hope that you guys look forward to that as well. Woady looks like he's almost started. But yeah, I hope that you guys are enjoying the marathon. Thank you very much for putting up with the ads that are running even during the games. It seriously helps the channel. It actually. I know people say that like Twitch doesn't pay their friends, but they really do. It is surprising actually. And so like I do thank everyone for putting up with those. It helps and I appreciate it. I wouldn't have done it if people were like really upset about it, or if people were really adamant against it. But I got the opposite. I got that people were okay with it, so thank you so much. I do try to, when I'm around, delay ads if they're about to hit turn a boss. I'm not great at that, but I do thank you guys. Also, you can just get ad blocked by typing !ads. So I'm gonna mute, and we'll get Grandia started soon.
Bam, bam, bam. Then we've gone live. What's up? Actually, you know what? I need a little bit of volume in my ear. A little loud for me. Hopefully not too bad for y'all. What's up, everybody? Woady in the house. Gonna hit y'all with some Grandia 3. Hope we all doing well out there. Can y'all hear me? I'm here. I got a giant Woady B in chat there. Grandia a bit louder than me. All right. Let me mess with the audio. All right. I should be able to adjust on the fly. So just let me know. Can't hear me all. All right. Cool. Just let me know throughout the run if the audio of the game is still on the loud side. I tried to drop it down a little bit, so it should be better. But it's an easy enough thing to fix. There's enough input delay and text mashing here and there, but why don't we hop in because it's better. All right, cool. All right, very important. Got to make sure I turn on scene skipping because it's not a lore percent run, so so got to make sure we turn that on. All right, y'all. So here we have Grandia 3. It is the lost, forgotten child of the Grandia series. Not as lost as Extreme is. But maybe equally as forgotten. But you know what? I love it. It's one of my favorite speedruns. Second speedrun I ever learned. It's just a charmful, comfy, yet RNG heavy ass run. So we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have a chill 5-ish hours, give or take, depending on how the casino section feels, and we'll go from there. What's up with PS2 RPGs haven't seen yet? I know it's weird. Weird concept they got away from eventually, but you know what? We have plenty to talk about throughout this run, so why don't we just jump into things? So timing, let me make sure. Yeah, I reloaded the disc 1 because we are on PS3 digital, which is the fastest way to play this game. Or just PS3. You could do PS3 disc as well. It's the same as digital. But all right, if our timer is good to start here in a little bit, then I am good to get things rolling. I hope y'all enjoy watching this run. So 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so right off the bat, we're going to skip some cutscenes. So all cutscenes are skippable. On the PS3 version, cutscenes skip several seconds faster than the PS2 counterpart, which is why I've switched over running this from doing PS2 initially. It's helped me save actually a fair amount of time. So here we are playing as Ichigo Kurosaki, as he is living a quiet life here in Onfog Village, just wanting to be a pilot, nothing more. He's a very, very simple-minded individual, but currently his mother has stolen what's called a flight unit, which is an important piece of equipment needed to fly planes in this world. So we have decided to just walk back into our home and, steal it from the shelf. Doesn't really stop us, so. Also, yes, we refer to our mother by her real name. Miranda. Yes, Miranda is our mother. We're going to just get that out of the way now, so everybody knows this. So we grab the flight unit, and from there we're going to head back to our buddy, Rots, and going to go for a little test flight, ignoring our mother's warning and wanting us to have supper and dinner with her. Yes, Miranda is best mom. When does Grand Fisher come? Here's my best impersonation of Grand Fisher. Kurosaki Ichigo? Alright, so I overmashed and continues to happen. That's one problem with this game. It's very easy to overmash. So sometimes I gotta take a small little hit. Perfect, thank you. So here we've flown on our plane, and what you don't see in the cutscenes is we crash our plane. It's it's a running gag in this game that Yuki wants to be a great pilot, but the man crashes like every plane he flies throughout this game. It's actually really charming and funny. So here we have the old-fashioned obligatory tutorial system, where the game tries to teach us how to play the game through a forced tutorial. So not a skippable mechanic in the game, so we just kind of have to follow suit and let the game teach us, even though we know how to play it. If you've ever played Grandia, Grandia is a semi-turn-based style game. I say semi-turn-based because it is reliant on the, and I always forget the name of it, it's called like the ITB bar, or IB bar, or IT bar. That thing in the top left corner, that little circular icon you see there. So obviously your turn order is based on when you hit the turquoisey line you see there. You can reuse planes. I don't know if Yuki believes in the concept of reusing planes. I will say that. So we basically wait for our turn to hit. It's what we do for the entire majority of the run. Yeah, unexpected Grandia 3. So during combat, we can do basic attacks. We can do. So we're actually going to end this with a burn. It's a guaranteed kill. Basic attacks, critical hits, which allows us to cancel moves. You'll see that happen throughout the run. Magic attacks, skill attacks, items, defend, a whole plethora of things you can do during combat. Dialogue in this game can be mashed with X and circle. Some dialogue cannot be mashed, so those you just kind of have to sit through. All enemies are witnessable on screen, so the goal of the run is to dodge and avoid as many random encounters as possible. I think my best to date is 15 or 16, I want to say. I think 15, 16 encounters is the most I've ever gotten in a run. My average is like 20 to 25 as a whole. Yes, CT based. Thank you so much for that. My brain mildly forgot the proper terminology there. Yes. Thank you, Mechalink. Yes, Mechalink kind of says it all right there. It is a CT-based combat system, predominantly about speed. So it's integrated definitely when it comes to doing like combo attacks, because there's a combo meter, and the higher combos, the more damage you'll do. There's also the ability to cancel actions, which we'll have to aim to do on a number of bosses that you'll see us fight to avoid us getting one shot, because it's a speed run. We're going to be a bit under leveled for most of the run. So here we get our first glimpse at Alfina, a future party member, one of the integral parts to this story. So here we're going to grab this flare egg, and then we're going to do our best to not aggro this enemy. Oh, there we go. Lost a few seconds trying to make sure we didn't get that random encounter, but honestly, you lose about 10 seconds minimum getting a random encounter, so a few seconds to properly dodge is definitely worth it in the long run. Yes, CT stands for combat ticks. Alright, so we have made it back to Onfog. We have rescued Alfina, the girl who was running through the forest in that brief cutscene you saw me skip. And so we are kind of just tending to her. She's a little bit injured, so I'm going to collect a medicinal herb back at the shop. But yeah, while Grandia 1 and 2 has had a bit of a resurgence thanks to HD remasters, Grandia 3 has continued to live in the shadows of its counterparts, which is fine. The first two were made and published by a completely different company than this one. But who knows? Maybe one day Square Enix will decide to re-release this. Oh, nice. I actually have never played Grandia Extreme. I keep debating finding me a copy online to play, or finding me a copy online to buy. So we've got the medicinal herb. We are now going to head back to Miranda's house, so we can give Alfina, basically, just see how Alfina's doing after her traumatizing evening. But while we were doing that, a villain by the name of Cornell has decided to come look for Alfina. And this is where the game gives us our second and final tutorial, the canceling system. It's where we learn about how we can use the critical attack action to cancel the enemy's moves as long as they are in between calm and act. So it only works if they're in between calm and act. If they are before the calm part of the bar, then it will not cancel and it'll just do damage. So it's very important for mitigating some of the damage enemies may do to me. So this is scripted. The enemy will never actually get their turn off because it's intended to be a tutorial to kind of teach you about the mechanic. Yes, it is Johnny Young Bosch. That is why I made the Ichigo Kurosaki joke for anybody who's watched Bleach in dub format, or Lelouch, if that's more your thing, in dub format from Code Geass, as well as a million other anime that he's been in. Bash the Stampede is another good example. Alright, so we do a critical. It is faster than waiting for the animation, because that is the end of the tutorial. Yeah, this game actually has a pretty star-studded cast of VAs. Alfina the main female character of the game is actually voiced by Stephanie Sheh. Stephanie Sheh was the voice of Orihime in Bleach, as well as a number of other anime series as well. She's another well-known anime dub actor. Here we go talk to this person because they give us the life up skill. Not because we want to use it, but because we want to sell it for 1,000 gil. Yes, the boss actually uses an escape command. Alright, so we're going to sell the life up. Get us some money, and then we're going to buy 9 cherry bombs. There is a lot of item spam in the speedrun, just as a heads up. A lot of item and magic spam. So do look out for that. So if you're hoping to see a lot of melee combat, I do hate to say that is not this type of run. Yeah, Bosch has probably been in enough random anime. So we're going to buy 2 crackle spells. They are really strong early on, and then we're going to set up. They're really good for multi-hit combos on our characters. And that is it for the menu there. Nah, no worries. I know the age-old debate of sub versus dub is a thing, but hey, to each their own. I am a dual viewer. I will watch sub and dub. A lot of times I choose dub only because I can do other things while watching the show in some cases. Alright, so we have decided to set on a adventure to help Alfina. Alfina is known as a communicator, and she has this... her whole thing is she's trying to get to her home of Bakula Temple to initiate a ceremony. And so she was ambushed, and so we are going to help her basically get her back home so she can initiate this ceremony. That's because the final manga arc is actually getting an anime season finally. So there is some, and it's like the 20th anniversary or something of it. Alright, so normally I want the enemy to aggro so I can do this. Hey, we got Stormstone RNG. If any of my regular viewers are in chat, y'all should be pretty hyped about me getting that Stormstone. That is a random drop from hitting that mushroom. Getting that Stormstone potentially gives me the ability to have a faster boss battle down the line against one of the more heavy run killers of this run, traditionally speaking, in the form of a Minotaur and his fishman companions. So getting a Stormstone drop there is a huge win because we get one already out of a chest. So having 2 of them, the area of effect damage from it goes a long way in taking down our fishes. But we'll talk more about that boss battle when we get to it. We've got 2 other boss battles before to worry about. So we're now just focused on dodging these enemies. You can casually playing, you can hit more mushrooms and stuff in case you get random drops, but yes, it is not useful if I'm not awake to throw. But hey, you know what? We're gonna hope for marathon luck and pray I don't get snoozed a million times. That's true, there was that special chapter. I do need to read that. Alright. So we're almost coming up on our first boss battle, but first, we're going to have an introduction to a staple in the Grandia series, a sequence of dining events, which will be nice. This is also an example of unmashable dialogue, so, nice little breaks for me to take a sip of my soda and check my notes. No, the ending wasn't great. Wasn't great at all, actually. Bleach turns your clothes white. The man speaks facts, people. Alright. So there is a specific sequence you're supposed to talk to them in to trigger the end of this. So it's Miranda, Alfina, Yuki twice. Alfina, and then Miranda again, and then Yuki, and then Miranda. Aizen is the arc after. It's like the. It's technically the second arc, third arc. All right, so we've had our rest, but first we're going to do our first menu. Give Alfina this item called the First Ring to help with her initiation, and then we're going to make a safety save because this game has no autosave. Safety saves before all boss battles and before dangerous areas are going to go a long way in ensuring that if some RNG gets us, it's not going to be, the end of the run. So first up, we have Cornell here. I've done this battle probably like 100 times, and sadly, it never goes the way you want it to. Okay, so the good news is we got actually fairly good RNG. Miranda's taking the blunt of both hits, so that's actually good for us. So the goal is we're going to take down his fist first, because his fist can do an area of effect attack called Megaton Punch. And Megaton Punch, well, not to be funny, does a lot of damage. And especially because it's area of effect, it can really wreck us. So instead, we're going to take down the fist first. Thankfully, Alfina and Yuki went together, so we got the 20-hit combo, and that is a dead fist, people. Boom! Now that is best case scenario right there, which is why it's good when Miranda takes the blunt of Cornell's first hits.
I'll knock some sense into you.
Because she also has the most HP right now, so it's good that she can take the blunt of those hits there. And then we're going to have her actually tremor, because now the goal is we need to take down his henchmen, because their area of effect attacks are going to be a bit of a problem. Yes, enemies do get access to it as well. There's a few boss battles in the run that are a huge problem when it comes to cancel effects. We're going to actually have Yuki focus on our buddy here of Cornell to start weakening him down, because realistically, Alfina here, after one tremor attack, should be able to one-shot these minions by herself, so there's no need to waste Yuki's MP on that. Plus, this way we can allow Cornell the ability. Because realistically, the only dangerous attack from our minions here are the Bamboo Splitter, which I think one is getting ready to do on Miranda. So let's actually defend, because he will cancel her if I don't defend. Perfect. So we're going to go... Oh, we're getting a normal attack. That's actually good. But instead, you know what? We're getting a combo, because these two should combo their hits. So we'll actually have Yuki and Alfina combo down our boy here instead. Because if we can get a combo, that's going to give us more damage and get us through the battle in a much faster pace. So we'll continue to just have her tremor for the area of effect. It's possible that I may have Yuki take down the henchman, since the henchman should be a lot weaker now. Just have our girl here keep focus on him. I don't know, Yuki likes to let me down a lot. You know what, let's just take Cornell down. You know what, no, henchman. We'll do the henchman. We'll do the henchman. Cornell's got a low enough HP threshold that he should be done after this turn. Yeah, Cornell should be done, so that should be it for the battle. Wow, 4 HP. I love this game sometimes for that stuff.
More than a little frostbite.
Alright, well, no worries.
We won. See, I can do it if I try.
Anyway, that was a good Cornell battle. So nothing overly crazy in that battle. So let's continue on. That battle can be, honestly, a big pain in the butt when you're if you're first learning the run, or until you kind of understand some of the habits. While the game is so heavy in RNG for really all aspects of it, because honestly, you could do the same boss battle like 20 times, and you'll never have the same sequence of events, no matter how. Like, it's never something where like, oh, you can like do the battle and do the same set of actions in every single version of the battle. Like, no, you literally have to kind of just learn to account for certain things or know what certain abilities do and how much time it may take to cast certain things. Because I think I've done Cornell like 100 times, and like never was it like 100% the same like method of actions. There are some things that are like done all the time, but it only goes so far. Like, there's no like set strat of like, do this to stop this, do this to stop that. It's like, okay, we'll do these actions, but keep an eye on what the enemy does in between, and you adjust on the fly. So in the beginning, there was a time where the Cornell battle actually was a huge actually pain point for me. But over time, I just got used to the battle and was able to kind of account for things. And now, honestly, he's not much of a run killer anymore like he used to be. Now the run killer is the Minotaur, but we'll talk about that when we get to him. But for now, we're just continuing our trek through the world map. We're going to open up this chest here, grab this Stormstone. So this is the guaranteed Stormstone. So now we have 2 Stormstones, which is basically a stone that will use the spell Hal NATO. And Hal NATO is kind of a straight shot attack that hits all enemies in its path. Yeah, this is the game with the casino. That is correct. About 2 hours into the run, there is a casino section that is heavily reliant on the endgame. Yeah, honestly, like, Bleach's final arc makes very little sense. Like, I like Bleach as much as the next person, but man, does it have writing issues? Does it have plot issues like all over it? Thank you for the good luck, Zeb. Oh, that was... Yeah, adjusting for enemy AI on the fly can be hit or miss sometimes. Like, I know this enemy, when he notices me, will do a straight shot attack. Enemies also have a range in which they'll follow you, too. So there are, on some things, there are invisible barriers that enemies won't cross. Even though it seems like an enemy should keep running and run into me, there are times where the enemy will literally stop, like, just steps away from my character. Because of whatever AI programming they have. I guess they're not supposed to pass a certain threshold on the screen. So yeah, here we're just continuing trekking. If you play this casually, you'd probably be fighting all these battles, getting stronger. Because in this game, it has a mechanic where as you battle and fight, your characters have a chance of learning special skills. These are mostly physical-based attacks, some of which you can cancel, some of which have AoEs, support, you know, whatever the case they might be. Sadly, since we don't do a lot of physical attacking in this run, we don't really learn a whole lot. Like, we learn a couple here, and like we may learn 1 or 2 depending, but we don't actively learn them. Alright, so here we've made it to Saboteur Harbor. You're going to get your first glimpse at the casino. Like the Troll Ox and Wheel of Time. Yeah, exactly. I think I get that reference. Yeah, it's a wonderful view of the ocean. But here you're going to get your glimpse of the casino section. Don't worry, we're going to be spending plenty of time back here at the casino. About 2 hours into the run. You know what? Not even 2 hours. I lied. 3 hours. It is 3 hours into the run. It's usually around the, like, sub 3 hour, 2:55 mark or so. So no worries, we'll have plenty of time to talk about Casino. But we go in there, our buddy Alonzo, who's just joined our party, he's got a bit of a gambling problem, sadly. Hey, thank you for the good luck. And so as a result, he has lost some items of ours, and so we're not really happy about that. And so, you know, we're going to spend the night in the boat. And We have a plan. So this boat is actually Alonso's. Alonso would like to win the boat back, but unfortunately he has a terrible luck at gambling, so he's trying to beat Bianca for his boat. So we convinced her to let us spend the night in the boat, so we'll be able to, get some rest, and then from there we've got a plan to try and win everything back. There was a guy I talked to outside of the. There was an NPC I talked to because I got an item from him called an all heal. It's just going to be an item I have for emergency cases on Yuki in case he needs to heal the team because it's an area effect heal move. In case some things just weren't in my favor and we needed to improve on healing. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Alright, so we head back. We're going to play another round of casino here. In hopes of getting all of our belongings, including Alfina's brooch, which we need. Alfina needs her brooch for her communicator stuff. But Bianca's cheating, and so we need to prove that she's cheating. So we distract her by having Miranda hit on Alonso, because Bianca is in love with Alonso. So she's very jealous when Miranda gets all lovey-dovey with her. It's a very funny cutscene. Recommend checking it out yourself. So because of that, we trip her up, and Alonso basically makes it so he wins. And so she gets exposed as a cheater, and then she's basically run out of town as a result. And we got all our stuff back. First, we're going to take a quick moment to equip the Ranger book to our boy Alonso here to improve a few skills I'm going to give him. We're going to head into this tent to get a couple more things. We're going to get this thing called a Burn Strike because it is going to be helpful in some of the comboing we can do, especially for like single target stuff. Then we're going to go over here and buy a few items. 3 Gurus Way to help. And we're going to do a little bit of a menu. Alright, so we're going to equip all heal. And then we're going to remove Hal. We're going to give her Burn Strike. And that's it there. Set up skills. Everybody gets Guru's Way. She gets Guru's Way but removes Lizard Hunter. And then he gets Lizard Hunter. Cool. And now we're going to head to the boat and continue on our journey to try and get to our cliff temple. Man, so much overmashing. So now we're just sail on the boat. Just having a grand old time. Oh, I love this game, Sleepy Fox. It's one of my faves. Why speedrun it? Alright. So we're going to take a rest. But sadly, things don't remain quiet. Unfortunately, while we're sailing away, I'm going to safety save. I mean, the death here is low risk, but we're in a marathon. I don't need to lose 15 minutes of time because I'm assuming too much out of the game. I've seen weird stuff happen, so. But we've got a boss battle coming up here against an enemy called Boat Swallows. They basically look like piranha fishes, but ideally, they're going to try to swallow our boat. Well, not piranha fishes. They look like birds with, like, teeth of piranhas. But yeah, they're going to try and take the boat down, so we got to defeat them. What we do with this is we actually use those cherry bombs I bought because they have an area of effect, and they do one shot. Here, it's a lot of just pray things work in our favor. They can do an attack called Rolling Bite. Rolling Bite will cancel our actions if it goes off. So ideally, we want it to target somebody that is not in the middle of using a move. So there, we took out a handful of them. Unfortunately, they move around, so sometimes they're not grouped up together. But so far, so nice. And then we're actually going to have Alonzo melee attack one of them instead, assuming he doesn't miss.
Cover your ears, everyone.
So since only one boat swallow is left, we'll just melee attack the last one. Except when I do mating call, of course, it makes things a little more awkward. Alright, so because they mating called, we'll need to cherry bomb to try and take the group of them out, assuming they don't move too much. This should take out all 3 of them.
You're going out with a bang.
Yes, this game is available on the PS3 storefront. It is like $20. $10, maybe $15. It's pretty cheap on PS3 if you can download it digitally. Alright, so more boat swallows. Really just a repeat of the same thing. We throw cherry bombs. Prey RNG is in our favor, and kind of go from there.
That the best you can do?
Incoming!
Just a little souvenir.
Yeah, sadly, this game has not gotten much love from Square Enix for re-release. So no, it is sadly not on PS4. It is just on PS3 digitally, or you get a physical copy. Yeah, I can't. I wish I could play this on PS4. I'm actually playing it on a PS3.
Easier for everyone, and stay out of our way.
All right, and that is the boat swallows. Ouch, that's rough. That Fox, that reminds me of when I was trying to beat Final Fantasy VIII, and I lost my memory card on Ultimecia. Yeah, I don't know what happened. My memory card just vanished on me. I was like literally in front of Ultimecia at the end. Yes, there was a lot of Angry Birds. You are correct. Yeah, it hurt. To this date, I have never actually gone back to that point. I've replayed Final Fantasy VIII since then, but I've never played it to right before Ultimecia again. It literally was one of those things where like I would restart the game and I would play up to like it would vary each time I would replay it. It would be like I'd play up to like, I don't know, it was like somewhere like not, it was definitely like past this one. I want to say it was like at least past the Adina battle in Galbaria. Well, I'm forgetting the names of this. The rival school. That like rival garden, Galbadian. I think it was like Galbadian Garden or whatever. It's been so long since I've played it, I'm forgetting the names. Damn, that's rough. It sucks when like the disc didn't work. That's always painful. I actually, I'm kind of glad I switched to digital Grandia 3, because I do have concern that like my disc 2 is being a little janky, because there was actually a run before my current PB. I think it was, no, not my current PB. It was like, I think 2 PBs ago. I had a mishap where I lost, I lost over 11 minutes of time because I couldn't get my disc 2 to load. It was so weird. I was like, well, this is annoying. And the worst part was, in that run, I actually did not get world record because the amount of time lost from the disc load era, when I took it out later, it actually equated to world record. I was so salty the next morning when I did the math and saw that. Oh my god, I'm forgetting how to... Sorry, I'm drawing a memory card here on the order I'm supposed to talk to people. apparently... I must have messed up somewhere. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, I'm up. Sorry. I talked to Ulf at the wrong time. That threw me off. All right, I'm gonna focus. Picture your parents buy you Grandia through his long disc too. That'd be impressive if they pulled that off. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. Coyote. Or coyote. Alright, so we have decided, basically, on our way to Mendy City, we've decided to make a stop off on an island called Rodonto Island. The reason why we're stopping on Rodonto Island is that Mendy City is the home of a legendary pilot by the name of Schmidt. And the problem is Schmidt will not make... Schmidt is a famous, like, not only pilot, but he's also a famous, like, plane builder. The problem is Schmidt will not just make a plane for anybody. He only does it for people who bring him a item called the lem fruit. And the lem fruit can only be acquired on the top of this mountain by a tree. And so we have decided to make a detour to come to this island and locate said fruit to give the lem, or to give the Schmidt. The fruit is called lem. Oh, that is rough gathering. I never finished Legend of Dragoon because I sucked at that game and it kicked my butt in. I forgot which boss it was. There was a boss battle I got to that was just awful. Alright, so we're trying to avoid enemy encounters. So because the spacing is really small, I have to kind of run backwards and let the fish chase after me for a bit until I get enough room to kind of run past them. Because yeah, each encounter I get into is minimum a 10-second time loss, and that's assuming I take my action really quickly and I flee on the first attempt. Because it is possible to fail to flee on the first attempt. So here we have to do this kind of like weird, annoying thing where you see me running in circles because these enemies just won't stop chasing me. And unfortunately, that chest does not have a threshold at which the enemy will stop chasing me. So you just see me do this like kind of funny, awkward run around in circles thing until I can actually get to the chest. Because this game has a weird mechanic. All right, I don't know how to explain it. Okay, now I do know how to explain it because I'm going to explain it now. But this game has this weird mechanic where when you open a chest, you don't instantaneously get the item for whatever reason. Most games, I'm sure y'all have played JRPGs or just games in general. It doesn't have to be JRPGs per se. You walk up to a chest, you open it, and you get the item. Well, in this game, and mind you, I'm sure there's other examples, but I'm drawing a blank on them. But in this game, if I open a chest, the item appears out of the chest, and there's like this like few second time delay, and then the game's like, okay, now you're allowed to pick it up. I'm like, cool, I'll pick it up. But yeah, that's the only part that's like a little annoying. Especially when you're trying to like dodge enemies and you have to like open a chest in the middle of an enemy battlefield and then like turn around and like also dodge them. It leads to random encounters at times, which is unfortunate. What's a JPEG? I mean, I know you're making a joke, but I was trying to come up with a clever joke, but I'm not clever enough to make a joke, so I'm just gonna respond with yes. What is a JPEG? A miserable pile of secrets? But enough talk. Have a GIF. Alright, so we continue on. We're almost to the top of the mountain here. We went to that chest earlier because it has what's called a sleep amulet. One, we use the sleep amulet to sell later, but the sleep amulet's also helpful for this next battle. So coming up soon, we'll be getting to our next boss battle, and that's against a Minotaur, the guardian of the Lem Fruit, you could say. The problem is while the Minotaur is already a dangerous and powerful enemy of his own, he hurts pretty bad. The Minotaur is accompanied by a fishman advisor, which is like green fishman, and then like I think it's like 4. I always lose track of it. I think it's like 4 warriors. The problem with this battle, and this is a huge early run killer if you don't safety save before. And honestly, it's also run killer for PBs if you do safety save and your time gets low enough. Yeah, good old Minotaur. The problem is in this battle, the Fishman warriors can put you to sleep. And the sleep is obviously a status ailment. It's got a % chance of working. So the sleep amulet at least allows me to make one character unaffected by it. I've had runs where sleep is the bane of my existence, and it just hits everybody. I've had runs where apparently nobody wants to go to sleep. Everybody's had too much caffeine that day. So we'll find out how much marathon luck we have today, and how much sleep affects us. Now, sometimes the turn order, you get lucky, and if you've got 2 storm stones and they're grouped up properly, you can actually nuke most of the fishes. I've actually had some pretty good Minotaur battles when it's come to that. I think the lowest time I've ever passed the Minotaur is my current PB, which is a 45:02 for the split. So I've never had a sub 45 Minotaur. Alright, we're going to do a quick menu before we safety save. Alright, this menu's a little bit longer. Make sure we equip the priest book. And then we're going to... oh my god, Woody. We're going to remove the Aqua Egg. And then we're going to give Yuki the Aqua Egg so it can increase his attack power a little bit. And then we're going to give Miranda a Bomb Egg to help her with her Burn Strike. But we're also going to give her the Sleep Amulet. Recover, even though we didn't take any encounters, so realistically recovering was pointless. Oh wait, no, yeah, I'm sorry, we did... No, yeah, no, we had no damage. Because you slept before, after the last battle. But alright, let's go fight us a Minotaur. And let's hope the 2 Stormstone RNG we've been blessed with is going to help us in this battle. Battle's dangerous. While the Minotaur is the dangerous part, he has the most HP. So unfortunately, as much as I want to take him down first, I have to focus on most of the fishes first. I have to take the warriors out first because they're the only ones that can put me to sleep. While the advisor is dangerous because he can use Crackle, you can usually work around it. But the little guy's got to go first. That is a non-negotiable. I'm going to have Miranda actually Stormstone. And we're going to hope that they move around enough that I can actually target a few more of them. She's going to go first, so that should help some. I'm going to attempt to have Yuki cancel the Minotaur, because the Minotaur is going to Ground Crush. You know, we'll see what happens here.
Let me show you how.
Unfortunately, Alfina did not pan out well with her ATB. Wow, it's like I'm playing Final Fantasy. We're going to actually target this. The angle's weird. In an effort to try and take down some of the fish, we're going to actually have her target this person. Yeah, I love a new Grandia game. So, went ahead and made sure we canceled a few actions. We've got a small chance. Alright, come on, snooze RNG. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen here if snooze?
As long as we have
RNG has blessed us currently. No snooze. And we've taken down at least 2 of the Fisherman Warrior who were playing the snooze. So far, we're safe. So far, we're safe. But we got to make sure we take down the other ones. Alright, so we're probably going to want to cancel the Minotaur. We're going to need Yuki to... let's see. Any warriors looking to do some annoying stuff? Does not look like it, so let's just have him crackle. It is not. Unfortunately, this game was... it's because it was published by Square Enix, not Game Arts, who did the other ones. Or Working Designs. I brain fart on that all the time. But yeah, this game was published by Square Enix instead.
Crackle!
So far, things have been okay. We're going to Tremor to try and hurt... Miranda got... actually, no, Alfina got hit with the cancel. Yep, Minotaur needs to be taken down.
Tremor!
For 1 and 3, nice. I have to replay 1 and 2. I've actually never beaten 1 and 2 myself. Looks like we've got a snooze coming. Unfortunately, not a whole lot I can do to stop it. But what I can do is I can at least try to stop the other one. So let's hope snooze... No, yeah, I've never beaten 1 or 2. I was really bad about beating RPG games growing up as a kid. RNG has continued to bless us. I think we're going to need to defend here. No, I didn't skip them. I played them. Don't get me wrong. I played 1 and 2. Yeah, I've played 1 and 2. I just never beat them because I was really bad at beating games growing up as a kid. Alright, we need to cancel the Minotaur. The Minotaur cannot get Ground Crush off. If the Minotaur gets Ground Crush off, we will probably die. Alright, we need to take down the Advisor as soon as possible.
Heard something snap there.
Alright, are we getting a snooze? Alright, so it looks like we're going to possibly get hit with snooze again. Unfortunately, it's not a good use of Alfina to attack a 41 HP fish. We're just going to hope, third time's a charm. Third time was not a charm, ultimately, but you know what? We mostly made it work. Let's just go ahead and still try to deal with the Fisherman Advisor.
Crackle!
It's getting a little chilly.
Alright, so the Advisor's down. So now we just got to deal with the annoying fish dude, which Tremor will take out.
Tremor!
That's fair, Shibby. Happens to be a lot, too. Alright, so now we're down to just the Minotaur. So this has actually been a pretty good Minotaur battle. I say that as he's about to Ground Crush. So this is going to be very painful. Because it's going to hit everybody. Yep. That is not good. So this is where a battle that looks really good can suddenly go bad. No worries. We've got a revival potion. Luckily, we should be able to recover.
I'll get him this time.
Yuki should be able to heal everybody. I'm going to have Miranda kind of stall the Minotaur a little bit here.
Burn strike!
Right, he's going for Alonzo, so we're going to all heal.
Just a bit longer, everyone.
So this should heal everybody up to near full. Yeah, I'm gonna need her to get away. Hey, got the cancel off at the last second. All right, let's go in for the combo.
Burn strike!
Nah, I still enjoy playing classic RPGs.
Crackle!
I definitely don't have an issue like going back to them at the end of the day.
Eat this.
All right, it's time for us to finish out the Minotaur.
Heard something snap there.
So just need Miranda and Alfina to get one more turn each. This should be enough to stop him.
Burn strike!
Go.
That was a tough battle. I thought it would never end.
All right. Well, not the cleanest of battles. We made it work. Alright, so we got our lemon fruit, and it is now time for us to say bye-bye to this place. Oh, Chrono Trigger 100% holds up. I actually didn't beat Chrono Trigger. So I played Chrono Trigger on the DS, but I did not actually beat it until the DS version. The DS version was the one I actually finally sat down. Well, not sat down. It was a portable game, but I finally made myself finish that game when it came to the DS. Yeah, there've been a few rumors of like a Chrono Cross thing. That rumor for Chrono Cross sadly ended up being a tie-in event to a mobile game called like Another Time or something, Another Eden. All right, so actually, not that. Sorry, I'm in a marathon, so I'm trying to be mindful of safety saves. I meant to save here because even though this boss battle has a low risk of dying, it is still a risk of dying, so we're still going to safety save just to be safe. All right, so we've found ourselves in another area of the world called the Verse Realm. So, you know, we're like confused, like, why are we here? What's going on? So we're trying to go back home, but this thing called Excess Sigma is sadly in our way. Okay, he's gonna Dark Fist our boy Alonzo, which is fine. Ideally, that's preferable. So we're going to just focus from there. So we only need to take down the Sigma character to win this battle. So the little guys do not matter, ultimately, when it comes to this stuff. And unfortunately, we got a lot of HOW RNG, so that's not really ideal, but
It's getting a little chilly.
made it work regardless. Let's see. What's our boy over there getting ready to do? He's got time. I'm just going to have Alonzo defend in case he's needed, or in case he gets hit again. I think he's doing that one move that I'm forgetting the title of. Yeah, a node. A node can be annoying, but I'm pissed. So yeah, unfortunately we got... So this is why I saved these saves, because this is a case where RNG has decided to clock me with like 500,000 howls. And so this may get dicey. Okay, we survived. Let's see. I've got a healing herb, which could be helpful for at least Yuki to not die until he can use all heal.
All right, this should take care of it.
So unfortunately Yuki's going to have to take this turn to heal everybody up so we can lower the chances of us failing here. Alright, Alonzo's getting Dark Fisted again, so that's okay. Yeah, definitely ended up being one of the more dangerous Excess Sigma battles I've done to date, I will say that. Yeah, this battle can go like left or right. Sometimes the enemies just basic attack like crazy. Sometimes they spam howl. It's just the RNG in this game at its finest.
That's the best you can do.
But either Alfina will finish this off, or we'll just need one more turn. we're not as worried about the healing aspect of it, because this is actually the last battle that Miranda and Alonzo will be a part of. And honestly, experience is not a huge deal in this game anyway.
Chilly.
So it's not the end of the world if somebody actually died. The goal is to just win the
All
battle.
right, we did it.
So yeah, if you played Grandia games before, you know that in Grandia games, sometimes characters, they're just temporary party members. Well, that's the same case in this game. So that's actually the last time you'll see Miranda and Alonzo in battle. So say goodbye to them. We will not be seeing them again. I mean, we'll be seeing them for a little bit more of the story, but they won't actually be fighting. All right, so we've got our lemon fruit. Schmidt will be happy to speak to us. Yeah, unfortunately, we got to say bye to Mom. In a very heartfelt moment, if you actually watch the cutscenes. Alright, so we got ourselves a dinner sequence. We do Alonzo. Yuki. Delphina. Do me mashing things. Sorry, my hand keeps clicking too early in some cases. Alright, to Yuki again. Alright, and to end with Alonzo. Miranda decides to go consoling Alonzo because she knows that her son is probably going to go off on his own now and not actually come back home with his mother. And true anime fashion, we don't know who the father is. I don't think the game ever tells us who the father is, now that I think about it. So, lots to do here in Mendy City, beyond just your story stuff. We'll be shopping in a variety of places. So, unfortunately, this game does not put, like maybe a handful of JRPG games, this game does not put everything in one place. So we do have a lot of moments where we will have to visit like 3 different places, 3 different shops, and run into a wall there. Yeah, I know, right? Anime protagonists having father's weird concept. So currently the story point is I need to go to the very northern yellow square you see there. Ness does have that phone, that is true. But before I go there, I need to make a few stops. So first we're going to extract some skills. We're going to extract these 2 ranger books. So in the world of Grandia, at least in Grandia 3, this is different in other Grandia games, but in Grandia 3, we have the ability to take things like books and eggs and extract skills and magic out of them. And we do that a number of times throughout the runs, both to get magic, to sell, to use, just a variety of stuff like that. Alright, Crackle, and then we need to set up skills. To move Guru's way, and then he needs quick draw and passive defense. But yeah, so we pick up a number of books and such along the way because some of them will have skills that sell for, like a handful of gil that can be used for some of the money routing we've done. As well as some of the skills that are going to allow us to kind of overpower some of our units, even though we're under leveled. Though, fun fact about Grandia 3 is that the game actually, mostly, it doesn't do this completely, or the early stuff would be just as difficult, but the game sort of scales to some extent with you, but not to like Final Fantasy VIII's level of scaling with you. I say that because like later on, like when I'm towards the end of the game, I can go back to one of the game's areas early on, and I can defeat all the enemies in like 1 or 2 hits. So it's not so like 1-to-1 scaling that like even like the starting areas are difficult, for instance. But it's enough that the bosses always seem to be just stronger than you by a fraction, no matter what you do. So here we meet Schmidt, the legendary pilot, who's also a legendary plane builder. He's been a little reluctant to build anything for us. So we had to talk to him 4 times before we finally convince him to make us a plane. So now we've got the agreement. He's going to make us a plane, so it is time to tell Miranda that I'm not going to be coming home. I'm going to take Alfina the rest of the way to Arcliff Temple. How long till we crash this one? 5 minutes, give or take. Pretty much when we get there, we crash it. He's not one for landings, this one. But before that, we do probably one of the only side quests that I can think of in this game. If there are more side quests, I don't remember them because when I got into speedrunning, I basically just went straight into learning the speedrun for this. I didn't even play through it again casually. So we do that side quest to get a gold feather, because feathers are a massively overpowered item that we use in the run, especially in the back half after we do the casino. You won't see a whole lot of feather use early on. You'll see a lot more of it when we get towards the end. End-ish, I should say. But first we're going to sell a few things to get us some money, to start building up to some things. So let's sell, let's see, Burn Strike, Tremor, Little Crackles, and then we need to sell Lizard Hunter. And then we're going to buy... Yeah, what do I do? I have a thing written out for this. Iron Leggings. We're going to buy 3 of these just to get us a little bit of room to work with. And then in true Final Fantasy VII fashion, we're going to buy 9 grenades because we're going to throw grenades. Yes, we are now Final Fantasy VII's early game. Yep, Grandia grenades. Yeah, we used a number of bomb items. First we used cherry bombs, now the enemies are much stronger, so now we're going to use grenades. And grenades are super helpful for a few of the upcoming boss battles that we're going to be doing, to just help kind of take them down. In fact, our next boss battle dies in 2 grenade throws, which is great because it's with Alfina and Yuki, and they're not exactly very powerful because we have not been grinding things. Alright, so we've gone back to the boat, and we have found a wonderful feast for us, courtesy of our mother. I'm not seeing frame drops on my end. So may not be from my end, because I've got no frame drops. You know, a lot of... What's that gimp suit in the back? And that's a fair question. Hey, you know what, man? Alonzo's been places. So, who knows? Alright, so another dinner sequence. So it's going to start with Yuki. It's a Yuki game. Then Alonzo. Then Yuki. Miranda. Then Alfina. Yuki twice. And then Miranda to end it out. It's now time to continue on our journey and crash another plane. But yeah, Miranda has now decided that, you know what, her son's not going to be home anymore. She has no reason to go back to Onfog Village for the time being, so she's now decided to travel around with Alonzo on an adventure as a treasure hunter with him. I guess Alonzo will be my new daddy. I mean, there's a lot of debate about what happened that night between Miranda and Alonzo, so could be true. Must say, can we definitely got to give it up to this cozy soundtrack. The music is actually pretty well produced for this game. I will say that. Done by the great Noriyuki Iwadera. I think I'm saying that last name right. I do apologize if I'm saying it wrong. Also did the music for Lunar and Grandia, as well as a number of other games, but those are the two series that I've played at least. But alright, it is time to leave Mindy City behind. Fly a plane. You actually get to fly the plane in this. Well, eventually. This first plane, it's kind of a straight shot. I gotta stop mashing on these moments because it doesn't make it go any faster. It just tires my hand out sooner. Alright, so there we just skipped a fairly lengthy, somewhat emotional cutscene of Yuki flying this plane, saying bye to his mother. I'm just going to go ahead and spoil this for everyone. What happens during that cutscene is Yuki finally calls Miranda Mom. And that's an emotional moment for her because he always calls her Miranda. So now we're going to crash the plane on the forest outside of Cliff Temple. As you can see there, we've crashed the plane. I wish I was joking when I said that, but sadly I'm not. Alright. So now we're going to trek our way up the temple. Grind it through spin-off for Miranda. I mean, that'd be cool, man. It kind of sucks, though, because, like, Miranda and Alonzo, like, barely get any time in this game, and so, like, their characters also kind of, like, suffer from it. So, as I mentioned before, like, in this game, you learn new special attacks from just doing, like, regular attacks, criticals, you know, whatever the case is. You just fight like normal. But because Miranda and Alonzo are, like, not really in the game for long, they don't have, like, really any special moves to learn other than, like, really what they come with. So it's a little unfortunate. I felt like that could have been something that would be explored more. But you know what? It's Grandia through and through to give you a group of party members and then to just kind of whisk them away from you for story reasons. Because, you know, it's trying to... My philosophy or theory is... that kind of give it... Yeah, I know, right? My theory is because Grandia games, I think, aim to portray this, like, sense of adventure. And, you know, I think they try to look at it, like, from, like, this somewhat realistic sense that, like, you know, you go on an adventure, there's no guarantee the people who join you are going to stay with you all the time. You know, they all can't be Final Fantasy parties where, you know, you meet people throughout your adventures and they all have like-minded goals and then they decide to stay with you for the course of the entire game until the end. So that's my theory of why they do that in Grandia games, is that it's like, well, you know, I'm passing through this area, this person is going to help me for a while, and then they decide, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Or it's like, hey, I'm done. I've done everything I need. I'm going to move on with my life at this point. I would definitely agree. There's definitely a lot of heroism in the way the boss music sounds. That is very accurate, especially boss music. Don't worry, we haven't even come to the best track in the entire game yet. Y'all, it is... I mean, we're getting to it maybe soonish. No, actually, no. We still got a bunch of time left before we get to it. Oh my god, especially the last battle. The last battle definitely doesn't sound like, you know, your Dancing Mads, your One-Winged Angels, or your... I'm drawing a blank in Final Fantasy X's battle track. I guess Otherworld is not the name of the final battle track, but let's just say Otherworld. So we've made it home to Bakula Temple. Alfina's in time for the ceremony. She is a communicator. She's, for the lack of description, she's basically a telephone. She's basically a translator to the gods of the Verse realm, which was that realm we were briefly in where that previous boss battle was fought. There aren't many communicators left. So she's part of kind of a dying breed of people. Not really dying breed of people, but, you know, people who are chosen for this. So ceremony must be held. But she's also in search of her brother Emilius. But nobody knows where Emilius is. He's just kind of vanished. And coming up here is the one and only extended break that is long enough to use the bathroom, because I cannot match this dialogue and it's not a cutscene, so it's just like a 3-ish minute long sequence. So I'm going to use the bathroom. Y'all enjoy. Feel free to read the text if you want to get up on the story a little, because I can't mash it. And I'll be right back. Emilius! Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Cathelios. Hope you had a good stream. Pog Raid, welcome in. Yes, I hope y'all enjoy the, like, one and only cutscene you'll probably... I guess it's not the one and only. It's just the longest one that allows me to go to the bathroom. But there are a few other... there's plenty of moments throughout the run where I can't match the dialogue. And some of them are slightly extended. Right before the casino section, there is a fairly lengthy, but I do have to move in between actions. But there is a fairly lengthy, like, sequence of dialogue that I can't match through. Comfy Grandia 3 time. What's up, Chopin? Can always count on you to pop in on Grandia 3 night. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. Hope we had a good stream. Welcome to the comfy side of things. I always like to joke that this run is comfy, and arguably I would say this is a very comfy run. It's just a very comfy run that's coated in RNG. It's coated in so much RNG that you would think I'm lying to you when I say it's a comfy run. But realistically, it's a very comfy run. Alright, so we've had our little moment of story and plot development, but now we're tired, so we're going to go and take a nap. Basically, we got to get ready for the ceremony tomorrow. Dude, you're getting ahead of yourself. We'll rage on that battle later. Yeah, there's a handful of boss battles, and I'll mention them as they come across, that are just so caked in RNG that, like, sometimes I literally can't control anything that happens in the battle. Like, the Minotaur battle is, like, one of the earliest examples of, like, RNG at its finest being a pain in the butt. But, that one's, like, semi-manageable. It kind of depends on how Snooze handles. But there's a few boss battles that, like, you could literally, like, through whatever RNG of starting turn order, already be losing. Like, you have, like, no chance to recover from. Alright, it's time for the ceremony. So we're gonna go to the viewing room and watch Alfina do her communicator ceremony and have a chat with Griff. Griff is a giant bird from the Verse Realm, one of the gods. We won't see Griff because it's in a cutscene I'm going to skip. But I'm just going to have to say R.I.P. Griff. Yep, spoilers that are going to appear in the next few seconds, but you won't know unless I tell you because you can't see the cutscene. Unfortunately, in classic JRPG fashion, things don't go the way we expect them to, and a group of villains who are Sorn followers of a bad guy named Zorn, who's like somewhat of the main baddie, you could say, crash the party, and Amelia shows up, who is now evil, because of course he is, and he cuts off Griff's head. So, bye-bye, Griff. But yeah, safety save, just in case the game decides it wants to throw weird RNG at me once again. But we're going to fight ourselves a second battle with the Excess Sigma. This battle is arguably a lot easier. It literally boils down to just throw a grenade. 2 grenades will kill this boss. So we just need to throw the 2 grenades and call it a day. Dark Fist is not a cancelable move. Weird RNG is the best. Yeah, well, this game's got a lot of it. Sometimes the game just wants to be like, no.
Incoming!
But 2 grenades will kill this boss.
Eat this!
I know, right? Speedrunners die and NPCs. We skip cutscenes and NPCs die. Coincidence? I don't think. But alright. So yeah, probably one of the easier battles. As long as I don't miss my target properly. And that's Sigma. So now we are going to, well, just continue on. So now we want to get out of this place. It's kind of crumbling. Not in the best of shapes right now. Oh, that's happened a few times. Sadly, Shadow, I am convinced the game does hear me. And will be like, oh, you talking some stuff? Oh, I'm going to throw you some janky, I'm going to throw you some bad RNG. And then it throws me bad RNG. I've joked about the idea of not doing a single safety save, but I feel like more of my runs would never finish. But then again, a lot of my runs don't finish because of the casino section. In the, like, 38 attempted runs I've done, and that's, yeah, 38 attempted runs, I've only ever completed 11 of them. Sometimes the RNG just says no, and I can't finish the run. Some of it's also stupidity on my end and bad things just going wrong. I mean, be like, oh, I'm not going to save this time. I'll totally be safe. Alright, so here we have a slightly annoying enemy. This is an enemy that moves really fast, so I have to be ready to kind of like knock the enemy away if he tries to attack me. Do I have a backup save for that? No. But that's why we're safety saving. Before all dangerous moments in every boss battle. Because as long as I safety save, then the risk of dying and failure is, well, I can die, but the risk of like mercy killing the run is very low.
Did we make it?
So we got our first encounter. because this enemy moves so fast and Yuki swings his sword so slow, that sadly we didn't hit the enemy in time. You kind of have to attack almost like half a second sooner than the enemy comes after you. Like, I should have attacked half a second sooner. So now we've had 2 encounters.
Did we make it?
So, like I said, it's give or take 10-ish seconds depending on turn order and if the flea works the first time. I see we're referring to all the plane crashes that Yuki attributes. I assume that's what you mean by fall damage. Alright, can we dodge the last 2 of these annoying enemies? We dodged 1. Now I just gotta dodge the other one. There we go. Alright, so only 2 encounters. Pretty good. Can definitely get through with 0. I just swung too late on all those, like, unintended ones. But alright, we have made it at our Cliff Temple, but now we're going to go back to our plane. Weirdly enough, even though that plane, we did crash that plane, it is flyable. Not in, you know, not in great shape flyable, but flyable enough that we can get back to Mindy City. So now things are a bit more unfortunate in this area, thanks to the villains that have decided to crash the party, the followers of Zorn. I just like saying Zorn that way. Zorn. Luckily, a game like Grandia 3, it's fairly linear in terms of pathing, so it's very hard to actually get lost. And I say this, somebody who also speedruns Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age, where there's a lot more free-range pathing in that game. I get lost in that game all the time. So we're gonna get in our plane. Not sure how we make it fly, but we do. And get out of there. Go back to Mindy City. Yeah, right. Shadow asking the real questions there, folks. Don't worry, see, we're all good. We have got plot armor for days. That plane doesn't have plot armor. That plane has I need a funny joke about a character who's expected to die. That plane has South Park Kenny disease. It's the best I got. If anybody's got a better joke in the audience, feel free to say it. Yeah, red shirt plane. There you go. It's a red shirt plane. That's a Star Trek reference. You're making a Star Trek reference, aren't you? So we've landed. Yuki's a little sad. You know, things just haven't been great. They don't have a plane. Amelius has killed a giant god bird. And Alfina's kind of sad too. Because her plane... Not her plane, sorry. Alfina's sad because her brother is, you know, apparently evil. And just, you know, murdered a bird. Very So, we decided to take it easy. We're going to head to the end here. Take a moment to ourselves. I mean, Deed's right. The plane is on land. It has landed. And unfortunately, Alfina wants to be alone. You know, she's kind of upset at the whole thing. So we're going to let her be alone. She's been through a lot right now. Doesn't want to really deal with much. Understandable, of course. So we decided to take a walk and just kind of cool our head a little. But when we go to do that, we get a visit from an old friend we haven't seen for a little while. Ulf has reappeared in town. Kind of feels bad for everything that's going on. So we have decided that we are going to join forces together and go get another lem fruit. Ah, Gradius. That's fair. That's completely fair. I could understand why one would think that. It's like, what, 2 letters away from Gradius? It's like, take the N out and, you know, put a US there. But yeah, so we need another plane. Unfortunately, Ulf's dragon buddy there, Sheba specifically, is not able to carry 3 people. So we need to make another plane here. So we do that, but we need another lem fruit. So let us get him geared up a little bit. He needs perception and quick draw. And we're actually going to save down here because it's a slightly closer save point than the one up there. This boss battle here coming up is a little... this one's only dangerous when I decide to have a brain fart and forget to menu my gear, my armor improvements before the battle like I'm supposed to. But if I do, then it's usually a pretty safe battle. So another example of the game kind of blockading enemies from reaching me. We're going to open up 2 chests. This travel is not as long as previous trip here. We're pretty much near the top already. Took the back entry. So, opening up this chest, very important item in this chest. It's called the Scout Book. Reason why this item is very important is because with the Scout Book and the quick draw that we've put on our boy Ulf there, Ulf is going to be able to throw items practically instantaneous, which in some cases is very important to get through some of the battles. Well, not necessarily get through battles ASAP, but it also allows us to potentially cancel enemies in a much faster manner. Yep, Scout Book. But we're going to be fighting 2 Minotaurs. I thought 1 Minotaur was bad. Well, now we got to fight 2. Thankfully, we've got some better defense items. They still hurt, but it's not as bad. I say that now, but you know, we're going to fight 2 Minotaurs. The grenades do a huge chunk of damage, so usually 3 to 4 grenades, give or take, will defeat the Minotaurs. And sometimes we get lucky because a grenade is an area of effect ability, and they will actually be on top of each other. And if they're on top of each other, we can usually take them down in pairings, which is the more preferred moment during this battle, is to have them group up together. So one of them will do Thunder Horn, one of them will do Tornado Horn, one will do Ground Crush. First turn, we unfortunately need to spend it canceling actions, though technically I could sacrifice the cancel on a Tornado Horn in theory, but not really worth it for the damage I take. So this should force them to actually use basic attacks for their first actions, and then we're going to go ahead and grenade. I figured, let's see, this is the Tornado Horn one, so we actually want to kill the one that does Ground Crush first. Tornado Horn is a solo attack. It is not a multi-hit attack like Ground Crush is. Case in point, he's about to do Ground Crush, so I have to sadly waste Yuki's turn to cancel, and unfortunately I won't be able to stop Tornado Horn. But luckily Ulf has more HP than Yuki, so if anybody was going to take the blunt of that attack, it was definitely better that it was him. But this time we should be able to get off 2 of these. And so, yep, we're going to make sure he goes down first. Because if Ground Crush goes away, then we only have to worry about one character getting annihilated by Tornado Horn, versus 2 characters getting destroyed by Ground Crush. So that takes out 1. Hey, looks like we got an egg drop. Those are randomized, so those are nice to occasionally get. Not that we need them, but... Alright, so we're going to... Nope, we are going to actually risk it because it's Yuki, and actually get the grenade off.
Secret weapon!
Mostly because Ulf is geared in a way that when he throws items, they generally do more damage than other characters when they throw items. So it's more preferred for Ulf to do the item throwing, but realistically, I can't have Ulf be the only one throwing items here, or the battle would take substantially longer.
Eat this!
Because it should be around 4 grenades. Sometimes 3. It just depends on if the damage rolls work in our favor. Like this time, the damage roll didn't work in my favor. And fortunately, because of how underleveled we are and how beefy this enemy is, anything other than a grenade does next to no damage. So, thankfully, it worked out. We've got 1 more grenade. It's only 49, but, you know, that's just the way the damage roll works sometimes.
All right, we did it.
All right. Oh, hey, we also got a power seed. Ooh, power seed is kind of neat. Not overly helpful per se, because we don't do a lot of physical attacking. But you know, it's not the worst. It can definitely come in clutch for some things. Right. So now that we've gotten the Lem Fruit once again, it is now time to go back to Mendy City and get ourselves, well, another plane, because God forbid Yuki needs more planes. So that Cyclone Egg is actually a guaranteed drop, now that I think about it. There are some battles where, like, you can get an egg drop from just fighting the enemies. In fact, if it wasn't slower to fight enemies, I could farm storm stones early on in the game and use those on the Minotaur if I wanted to. Alright. So let's head back.
Come on, put your back into it.
In classic anime fashion, the heroine is spending her time learning how to cook or do some sort of hobby. Yeah, I agree, but, you know, Schmidt, for some reason, keeps giving the kid planes. And And that man is like a legendary plane, legendary pilot too, even. We are back in town. We've got a plane made for us. It's like he knew what we were doing, so he got it ready. But before we leave to head to the next part, we need to do some shopping. So first we're going to actually equip the broadsword so we can sell the wrench. So first let's sell the miracle elixir, then we'll sell the silver wrench, wind ring, poison amulet, sleep amulet, and then I believe fighting spirit was the last thing on the list. And we're going to buy 9 grenades because we need those. We're going to max out revival potions. Thankfully we didn't use too many. And we're going to buy probably 3 of these just for emergency cases. Most of the time we shouldn't need to heal up in most battles, but there are times where things go haywire. It just really depends on the battle. Some battles you can kind of salvage it by healing. Some battles you just have like literally no chance to salvage because you're so underleveled towards the end of the run that the enemies one-shot you, so healing is not really a thing at that point. Sorry, had a brain fart there. We actually have to go back to the inn for a night's rest before we go on this plane ride. Because we gotta check on Alfina. Because she wasn't with us. About to fly away without Alfina. Game be over at that point. Alright. So now we've decided to go visit all the other Guardians. We were given a prophecy by Griff and kind of a forewarning, but we were basically now on a quest to go visit the rest of the Guardians. So the next stop is going to be Dragon's Valley, home of where Ulf is from as well. But that is also where Drac, the next Guardian, is. So we're going to go see Drac. We're also going to go to the most annoying part of the run when it comes to enemy dodging. I always tell people, I don't think a zero encounter run of this game is physically, not physically, but I don't believe a zero encounter run of this game is feasible due to the nature of this area we're going to now. There's a section of Dragon Valley that houses a group of enemies that are very, very, very fast on their feet when it comes to like how fast they move to chase me down. And so I have found ways to reduce the amount of encounters I get, but I've never been able to get through this entire section on a zero encounter, sadly. Love that command. So here we are in the first part of Dragon Valley. This part's not as bad as the next section, but sadly the real enemy here is camera angles. Because you can only rotate the camera left and right, not up and down. I can't angle it in a way that it's going to benefit me to see the pathing correctly. So a lot of times it's just getting really lucky and just kind of getting a feel for where you're supposed to go, and also hoping that the enemies don't block your path or make sudden movements that get in your way. So we made a small detour to get the rain egg. We're picking up all these eggs for specific reasons because we're going to be we're going to be fusing a bunch of eggs in order to create some high endgame level spells, which are going to be the main focal point, or not main focal point, but the main DPS element for a good portion of the run when we get one of our next party members, Donna. Donna has a huge magic stat, even when she joins your party, because the game has assumed you've been doing some level of grinding up to this point. And so because of that, Donna is able to wield some of the more powerful spells early on, and she is going to be kind of the biggest driving force behind how we defeat some of these bosses. So this is the part of Dragon Valley where the dodging gets to be a lot more difficult. Those enemies on those backs of dragons you see there, those guys move super fast. Like they will just Sonic the Hedgehog up in your grill out of nowhere. And so like right there, I probably could have dodged if I didn't get attacked by that first one. So that was a little unfortunate timing there.
Fine by me.
See, we got a failed skip, which is a little unfortunate. Thankfully, these enemies, while getting the encounter is not great, the enemies are not strong enough to overly one-shot us, at least, which is nice. And there's another encounter, because as you can see, the enemy moves so fast, my ability to react to it is very difficult. Now, there is a small chance that with enough practice,
They'll never catch us now.
one could get through here of no encounters, because if you quickly turn around fast enough and attack early enough, you can actually catch them. I've done it a few times, but that timing... See, I tried to do it right there, but that timing is like, it's like a half a second.
Ha! Kiss my tail.
And there's my regular viewers' favorite flea line. Ha! Kiss my tail. I attacked the wrong... I was trying to hit two of them. So yeah, as you can see, this is why I say a zero encounter run of this game is probably very challenging to pull off. Because the enemy like moves so fast and is like the character model is like running on top of your character model. It's just awful. But we made it out. Only about 6 encounters. Still sub 10, which is still well paced, I'd say, for everything. Detour here for the Hunter book. But yeah, all these chests that we grab along the way are designed for things that we're going to use. They're going to be for stuff that will also be for money, for skills. This is PS2, actually. This is a PS2 game, but I'm actually doing the run on PS3 because it has faster cutscene skip load times. So yeah, I used to run this game on PS2, and then when I realized that, well, one, I did used to have a... well, not used to. I do have a PlayStation 3, but I used to have a working Model A type PlayStation 3 that would play PS2 discs. So when as time went on, I said to myself, I was like, oh, I wonder, like, would it be faster to run this game on PS3 in theory? And I did a little bit of practice on PS3, and I was like, oh, wow, it is faster. The cutscenes skip several seconds quicker, and so over a course of the whole run, that really adds up to a decent time save. The problem was my PS3 died in the middle of my first run on it. It's actually a clip on my Twitch channel of when it happened. It was pretty funny. It just came out of nowhere on me. Just bam! Blue screen of death out of nowhere. And then so I didn't run it on PS3 for a long time, and then time went on. I got it fixed. Sadly, the fix didn't hold, unfortunately, and so I ended up just buying a different PS3 that I just bought like a slim PS3 at that point. And so yeah, so I just did it. So I just played digitally. So I bought the digital copy. It was cheap. I think it was like $10, 10, 15 bucks at most. And so now I just do it digitally. All right, we have made it to the end of Dragon Valley, and we are going to meet Drac, the first guardian, who is going to provide us with his Orb of Power. Each of these guardians we visit gives us an orb. It gives us an ability that can be used. The abilities all do different things. You'll see me use 3 of the 4 abilities throughout the course of the run. Alright. So now it is time for us to go see the next guardian. I agree. The dragon did seem very enthusiastic. Alright, thankfully the game is kind on us when it comes to this backtracking stuff. So instead of forcing us to go all the way back from, you know, all those zones that we already went through. Ah, got an encounter.
Ha! Kiss my tail.
Probably. I probably am the first visitor in a while. That is completely fair and accurate. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like anytime I interact, I feel bad for the Guardians because every time I interact with a Guardian, shortly afterwards, Amelia shows up and kills them. You don't actually see this for most of them, so that's why you won't necessarily know that per se until the game tells you through like dialogue and cutscenes. But yeah, like shortly after I talk to a Guardian and I get their Orb of Power, Amelia's pops in is like judo chop your head off, swinging swords, Wu-Tang style. Alright, so now we're gonna head to Bakula, which is also home of one of the greatest themes of all time in a video game. I hope y'all are ready to jam, because this one is a banger. Guardians are planes. This is enthusiastic as a Grandia Extreme Runner. I don't know if I've ever seen a Grandia Extreme Runner. Huh. I apologize in advance for anybody who feels played by my comment. I know, it's an awful, awful song. Cat squeezes. So yes, we are in Bakula town. We go to see the chief. Donna doesn't have much interest in speaking to us. She kind of just wants us to leave. Doesn't really want to help us go see Yot, the guardian of this area. Before we continue on with anything story-related, we need to do basically a bunch of gearing up for various things. So first off, we're going to extract the Priest, Soldier, and Fighter book for some spells we need and stuff to sell. So we did a Priest book, Soldier book. There was one run where I accidentally did the Scout book, and man, did that botch my run later on. And I've already forgotten the next book. Oh my god. Yes, Fighter. And then I'm going to have arguably my longest menu in the entire game, where I am going to fuse a buttload of eggs here in a little bit. Alright. Alright, so we're going to sell the life up. And then we're going to buy a magic ring. We're going to buy 5 of these cure powders just for safety concern, and a cotton doublet. And I'll say my viewers love this song. It's always the talk of the town. Actually, we're not doing the egg fusing yet. We do that after some more story stuff. So we're going to stay at the inn. Our boy Ulf here loves kebabs. It's very distinct. You are correct. Alright, some more dinner stuff. Alfina. Yuki. Ulf. Back to Yuki. Alfina. And Yuki to end. And here's where we're going to hear some music. Apparently Donna is singing. We hear it. We decide to investigate it. And then she has a change of heart. Decides that she's going to help us out. She's not making the music for the town, but she is the chief, so she's somehow authenticated it, or authorized it. Authenticated. What are words, man? But we decide to go investigate the sound of the music. We find Donna. We have another conversation with her, and then the original chief, or the previous chief of Bakula settlement, Raven, who is also Raven, who is also Alfina's like bodyguard, shows up. They have a heartfelt moment, and Donna decides, all right, I will take you to see the mighty Yot. Yot the goat. He's actually a goat. It's not a greatest of all time thing. He's actually a goat. And then now we're going to go to the magic shop and spend a few minutes meshing eggs together. We'll do a safety save on the off chance I mess up any of the egg combos. Plus, it'd be nice to have an updated safety save in case we get ambushed due to some poor dodging. So enjoy the tune while you can. We're going to be here for a little bit longer. Alright, so this is where we're going to fuse some eggs. So first we're going to fuse a flare egg with a blast egg. Sorry, bomb egg. So I'm going to take a moment and kind of just do all these fusions. If I talk about it, I think I'll confuse myself more. So, flare, and then leaf. Stone and Thunder. Fusion, ha! Then Aqua Rain. Aqua. Rain. Then Frost and Gravity. Frost or Blast and Blaze. And then Blast Aqua. And then last will be Fenrir and Cluster. Alright. Alright, so that's it on the eggs. So now we're going to extract the Ether Egg, because that's going to give us Absolute Zero and Galactic Bang, two spells that we're going to use a lot, and we're going to extract the Forest Egg. Yeah, that's basically the sound of it. We're going to go ahead and set up some magic here. So Alfina is going to get Meteor Strike, mostly because she just doesn't quite have the power, the skill level to use most of the spells. Then our girl here is going to start with Absolute Zero. And then as for skills, Donna just needs, we take away Absorb Magic, and she just needs Water Mastery for now. And that's it for that. And just so y'all can hear this music some more, we'll do this menu here. Yes, it is this game. If it's the sound you just heard, it was, I mean, that was kind of a Looney Tunes sound, so I can believe it. So she's going to use the Lake Egg. It's powerful because it's going to allow us to basically make stronger attacks with it. It's going to make her magic spells more powerful, which is huge in getting through some of these battles. And then our boy here gets the first ring, and then it's pretty much it. Alright, now let's go see Yote. Some more enemy dodging. Those flying enemies are the more dangerous ones because they will track you for a good while and they move pretty quickly. So I have to be careful of how much like just straight pathing I do, because they can sometimes catch up to me if I don't move around enough. Made it to Bakula Temple. This area has some fairly dangerous enemies. There's a few enemies in here that are also a bit on the harder side when it comes to dodging. But there's a very specific enemy in here that we want to do all in our power to hopefully never get an encounter with, because there is a high risk of death if it happens. These little mouse dudes do run pretty... Alright, we got through. Yeah, the angle on attacking them is a little off, but it's not too bad. But yeah, there's 2 chests we need to pick up. 1 to equip and 1 to extract later. So I think okay. So this enemy here is like reddish looking enemy. It's more worth it to me to take this encounter than to run the risk of that enemy actually interacting with me. Because that red kind of like hunched over looking enemy,
They'll never catch us now.
that enemy has actually killed my run before due to the nature of that enemy. So I am A-okay with the idea of taking the more likely to live battle than the more likely to die battle. Yeah, there's some random encounters. If you fail to dodge them and you get ambushed in the battle, you have a high chance of sadly getting killed from, just due to how underleveled we technically should be for this section of the game. But we're making our way to Yote, walking fast. Enemies pass. We're dodging at last. And we'll be having a reunion boss battle with one of our previous enemies soon. But he's brought along a friend. So in a little bit here, you'll see I'm going to get into Yote, the town once known as Neat. Sadly, in this case, Yote is a giant guardian that looks like a goat versus the name of a town. Did you miss this? You know what? If you're referring to the part where our mother decides to go off and hang out with Alonzo, then yes, you have missed that part. So our mother is off adventuring with our new stepdad, I assume. So here we find out that something is amiss. Somebody seems to have done some damage. So things are amiss, sadly, here at Yote Shrine. Alright, let us find... So now we're going to fight Cornell. So Cornell has returned, and he's brought along Violetta. Violetta is going to be a big pain in the butt later on in the run, but for now we just fight the 2 of them. Now this battle can be janky, depending on how it goes, and sometimes the luck of the attack. So ideally we want to take out Violetta first, but we got to make sure we target Violetta, not their weapons. Both of these characters have a basic attack and then a weapon attack, which is unfortunate. We're going to actually have Yuki, gonna actually have him throw a grenade as well at Violetta, just to continue damaging her.
Who you're dealing with.
Eat this.
Alright. And then we're going to have Donna here, fling Absolute Zero.
You don't know who you're dealing with. The ice card will freeze you all.
So Absolute Zero is kind of a straight shot area of effect attack. I don't think Cornell was in range, so sadly. He will not get hit by it, but Violetta is going to take a blunt of the damage. And then when Alfina goes,
Cornell fire!
so a little dangerous with Scatter Bomb. I just need Alfina.
Now you've made me mad.
Alright.
Megaton fire!
So middly, there were some bad choices made on my end. I should have just had somebody else use Draxorb much sooner. So this actually may be a retry.
This'll make you nice and
Just to poor judgments on my end. So this is where the RNG of the run can be bad for you.
It's no, not
Yep.
like this.
Yep, that's a retry.
What? You're finished already? Come again anytime.
Of course, the game
I'll
has
still be a bad girl.
game needs to taunt you a little bit before you can move on. No worries. Yes, this run is a emergency substitution. You are correct. And it's fine. So that's why we safety save. Alright, cutscene skip should be on. No worries, no worries. I mean, honestly, part of that is bully. I think there's a key command for exclamation point bully. Yeah, if you do exclamation point bully, basically, the way I understand it is the runner had internet connection issues and was unable to complete the bully run. Yes, record of Lotus War is in chat. You are correct. To really watch that anime one of these days. Or play that game. I think that game actually is on Game Pass now. But yeah, realistically, I only have myself to blame for that battle. Because what I should have did was I should have had Draxorb used, honestly, by Yuki. What ended up happening there was Alfina, I was waiting to try and use with Alfina. She took too many hits from the other enemy, and so as a result, she was delayed too much, and so she couldn't act in time, sadly. But we're going to make things right. But we are still going to grenade first turn, because Ulf should always use items ideally. It is a very memorable name. So this time they were grouped up, but this time I'm going to have our boy here use Draxorb instead of waiting like I did last time. So Draxorb is just going to occasionally pelt the enemy with attacks, which will help kind of stun them minorly. But let's take a look here. I feel like we are at risk of taking some damage. I'm going to defend with her just to be safe. And our girl Donna here is going to aim for the area of effect attack.
Up from beneath! Cornell eruption!
That's what I hear. I hear it's a pretty decent game. Alright, so I think Donna is going to be okay.
we'll freeze you all.
Donna's fine. Oh, there was a SNES game? Nice. So, Violet is not down quite yet. She should be close-ish.
You don't know
What we're going to do is, we just want to be safe here. We're actually going to use a Cure Powder, just to keep everyone fresh.
Yes, this is it.
And for this, we're actually going to use the Gold Feather.
Okay,
Make everybody take their
let's try
turn
this.
faster. So the way feathers work is feathers they move your time bar, your IP gauge up sooner as a result. So here it's made me go a bit sooner. This allows me to actually throw at Violetta this grenade because of the way
Secret
Ulf
weapon!
is
Yeah!
geared. He uses items instantaneously, so it delays just a little bit, not a huge ton.
Blow you to bits.
Unfortunately, we're getting House Slash, but we haven't taken too many
Knock some
hits.
sense into you.
Cornell Buster is not great. Donna doesn't, sadly, have a great level of defense.
You don't
Yes,
know who
it
you're dealing
appears this
Calls
battle
me a pea-brain!
has decided to
This'll make
be
you
funny
nice
today.
and hot.
So honestly, she's gonna die with only 55 HP, so we need to revive Donna. So may as well anticipate that now.
How could this happen?
So this is
Don't worry.
funny enough, in true fashion of I've never seen this in a marathon before. This is actually the weirdest level of RNG I've ever had in this battle. It's usually not this janky for the most part, so cool.
Eat this!
You don't know who you're dealing with.
Let's see, grenade. This should take out Violetta.
Things that make you go boom!
The only problem though is our buddy Cornell here has the ability to sadly bring Violetta back, which actually I think he's getting ready to do, and I don't think I have a way to stop it, unfortunately, with the speed at which it triggers. Yes, yeah.
Rise up!
So this is where this battle gets to be fun, when this happens. Fine, we got all the weird RNG out of the way now.
The ice card will freeze you all.
Probably do another round of healing just to be safe, because everyone's been taking some hits here.
Yes, this is
Yeah, a lot of times I've had this battle go like gangbusters, where like Drax Orb mixed with Absolute Zero will instant shot Violetta. Unfortunately, did not happen this time. Let's see, what is she up to? Just a normal attack. All right, that's fine. How are we on grenades? I mean, I really don't want to use all my grenades. That's the only problem. It's a little more complicated in a few places, but it's fine.
Things that make you go boom!
So most of this battle is reliant on Donna,
You don't know
realistically
who you're dealing
speaking. Yeah, unfortunately, I just haven't been lucky with the group ups, where Cornell and Donna, or not, Cornell and Violetta have actually stacked up on top of each other, to where Absolute Storm, Absolute Zero will actually hit both of them. That's the only kind of, that's like the biggest weird part about this battle that I haven't seen. Now it looks like I'm going to hit them both together, so that's good. Yeah, Violetta's down. Cornell's not down, but his fist is down, so no Megaton Punch. Alright, so we're going to Meteor Strike. Can't remember if this will kill or not. What we're going to do instead, we're going to Revival Potion our boy Yuki,
This'll get you back
so he
on
can
your
get
feet.
the experience.
I'll get him this time.
It won't do you any good to wish on this falling star.
Alright, cool. Alright, we made it through. Very clunky,
That was a
but you know what? That's just the RNG of this game at its finest. Alright, we've now made Cornell and Violetta retreat. We've saved Yote, so now we're going to have a conversation with Yote. And now we have the power of Yote's Orb. Yote's Orb is actually pretty dope. We only use it one time in the entire run because the boss that we use it on is so fast and hurts so bad that the nature of his orb is the only way to kind of like survive in between turns at times. But yeah, we're actually coming to the end of disc 1 here. In a little, not too long from now. Yes, this was a multi-disc game. Alright, so we've had our conversation of Yote. We got the orb. He's told us where to go next, basically. And so now we're going to do that. Rip playing it. Yep, unfortunately we gotta say goodbye to Yote, because he's probably gonna die in the next few minutes behind the scenes, just like Drac did. We're gonna head back to Bakula Settlement. So for those who were missing the jam or wanting to hear the jam some more, don't worry, you're gonna get your opportunity to, because it's gonna pop up here in a little bit. Get the jam out one more time. And then we'll actually come back like one more time to Bakula Settlement, so there's like another opportunity to hear this banger of a beat. Just continue dodging some of these enemies. Like I said, these flying ones move a lot faster than the other enemies, and they sometimes, depending on how I'm running, if I don't like dodge to the left or right a little bit, they can actually catch up to me and take me down. I'm trying to stay under 10 encounters. I'm trying to see if I can go the rest of the run without any encounters. Alright, so we're back here in town. We're going to head over to the chief's tent. We need the emblem because we now need to head... we're not heading to the Verse Realm for the next part of our quest. Alright. Oop. Tried a little too early. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and leave out the center of town here to head towards Herschel. A little bit more enemy dodging. So we're gonna hope through the power of marathon luck that all the bad RNG was dealt with in that previous bout. What about Cold Lake? I'm not gonna lie, the joke is going over my head right now. Once we interact with the, in a moment here we'll put the emblem down, a giant red glowy thing is going to appear, and that's going to be our gateway to the Verse Realm, or in this case, Disc 2. So in weird fashion, the way this game handles disc swapping is I have to make a save. I have to make a save file, and I have to actually reload the entire game. Like, it doesn't just go into it. I have to, like, restart the whole game. Alright, so we make a save file. This one is complete. We're going to hold the button here. We're going to reset the game on disc 2. We'll give that a moment to reload. But yeah, it's not like other games where like you do a disc swap and it just continues the game from there. It does this like weird thing where it's like, no, we want you to like restart the entire console and load your save file. Black screen for a little bit here. Make sure we turn on cutscene skip, or we'll be stuck watching that first cutscene. Alright, and we are now on disc 2. A lot of traveling as we continue to get through some story plot elements. Thankfully, these enemies are pretty easy to dodge. Okay, I remembered. Sorry, I was supposed to open this chest. I don't think I've ever forgotten to open that chest before. Alright, continuing to dodge. So here we are in the verse realm. Things are a lot more like grayish with red. A lot of gray and red. So we're gonna head to the town. The people who live here, but first, like I said, we're opening specific chests because we're either gonna use the item, extract the item for a skill or magic spell to use, or we're gonna sell it for money to pay for other things. Because there's some pretty expensive things that we come across.
Fine by me.
Alright, Wolf. Let's see how we're playing today. Wolf is on the, I'm gonna fail to flee game today.
It's getting so dark.
I suppose this is a sort of victory.
Wolf, you disappoint me today. And usually he's the chosen one. Alright, so we've made it to Terrarium. This is kind of like the town or the verse realm. The only, like, safe haven, really, in the entire time we're here in the verse realm. Here's a bit of an extended, like, no mashable cutscene, unskippable cutscene type moment. So, nice little break. Hope everyone's doing all well out there. Really, really long thaw, having fun. Wonderful event going on for this entire month. If you're ever in need of a speed run, you can just tune to this channel. There's something to watch usually. Sadly, a bunch of people in this town have been frozen. Admittedly, I'm drawing a blank on the rest of it, but we're looking for a girl who plays the violin. We met her earlier in a cutscene skip I did. What a heek. What a heek indeed. Alright. So now, just like we do most visits to town, the first thing we do is a bunch of store-related menu-type things that kind of prepare us for a handful of the next segments. So we're going to come here to the skill shop. We're going to extract the Paladin book. The Guardian book and the Shaman book should be all the bottom ones. Guardian book. Shaman book. And then we're going to give Donna sharp eyes. Basically give Donna some skills and give Ulf some skills too. So set up some skills. We're going to equip sharp eyes on her. Our boy here needs to lose perception and warrior way. He just needs quick draw and item mastery. That is it there. No worries. We might be near dead, but we're going to be forced healed in a little bit when we rest. So we're not really worried about going to an actual, like, recovery point. Do a little bit more selling and stuff. So here we're going to sell Trimmer. We're going to sell this Astera Zap. Earth Mastery. Meditation. Super Reflexes, Unshakable Will, and we're going to buy. We need 4 fire rings for boss battle. We do twice, and we're going to max out our revival elixirs so that way we have them. That's all we need there. Do a quick gear menu to give her the cotton doublet. Alright, now we're done with all the menu and shopping stuff for now. So we found Heck's house, and so we're going to go talk to Heck. But here we're just doing a bunch of kind of like story dialogue and progression. Alright. Head to the center of town now. So this is where we kind of find out about the fates of the other ones, because we never actually saw them killed, with the exception of Griff. We watched Griff die, but Yote and Drac we had not seen. So we essentially learned their faith and find that, you know, they were taken out by Emilius. So Heck doesn't really want to talk to us right now, so or she's kind of on, she basically is holed up in her room on her own, so Butler decides to basically give us dinner, you know, if you pick the right option. So we'll stay the night, we get some food, another little dinner sequence here. They're not a fan of the food here in the Verse Realm. lock into the sequence of people we need. Alright, that's it for dinner. And now we're healed, so no need to waste time touching a save point. And now we want to go find Heck, but we find out that she has decided to take a trip to a place called Sermania Zero. It's kind of like ground zero for the events of this game. It's where things all kind of went bad. When we go to Sermania Zero, we find through a series of cutscenes that at one point, because Hecht is also a communicator, so Hecht has a conversation with her. Basically, Hecht was being helped by Raven and Emilius, because Raven and Emilius used to be pals, and so she helped them. And the problem was Zorn, the evil entity that wants to ruin all of love in this world, is buried there, and so his will was still there, and he's released. And because Emilius is so weak-minded, he basically kind of takes over Emilius's way of thinking. And so Emilius becomes like a servant of Zorn and is going to try and bring him back alive. And that's why he's kind of become evil and set out to do these bad things he's trying to do at this point. So that was close with the dodging. I took a risk there trying to hit that enemy that was going to be slightly faster than everyone, and thankfully I was able to react in time to keep going. So, bit of a close call, but we made it work. Here we get a little bit more story about Sermania Zero. Maybe a little hazy on more story, finer story details. Honestly, the story is it's so out there. It's very anime, is the best way to put it. It's one of those things where you speedrun it for so long, you haven't seen the cutscenes of the song, you kind of forget a lot of the little details. We learn kind of the truth of what happened here at Ground Zero. We decide to leave Heck to do her thing, let her play her music, and we decide to head back to town because we've decided that our time here in the Verse Realm is, for the most part, done. We don't really need to be here any longer, and so it's time to make plans to get back home and continue finding the other Guardian. That placement was weird and janky. Thankfully it wasn't an ambush. So, Alfina, do us proud.
Did we make it?
Alfina, you did us proud. You're not like Ulf. Ulf, who has failed us multiple times. You were the chosen one! Alright, there we lucked out on line of sight with the speedy enemy. Sometimes enemies will not come after you if you are able to be out of their line of sight. Thankfully, most enemies don't necessarily work on a sound mechanic. Admittedly, if there are enemies that rely on like the sound, then I have no idea what that basis for the sound is. But as far as I know, all enemies from what I've seen in all my runs are generally line of sight. There are some like perception of spacing that may react certain ways, but predominantly it's line of sight. So sometimes you get lucky with those faster enemies and you're able to slip past them without being in their line of sight, and that leads a lot to what will protect you. So have another conversation with the Guardian of Hecht, which leads us to another kind of like nap cutscene. So it's a free heal, so we don't need to worry too much about our health. We're gonna go talk to Hecht one more time about everything. And the game's gonna do this like weird thing where I have to like quickly change the way I'm holding my camera button, because this game likes to do this thing where it will sometimes subtly jerk the camera a certain way, and that will obviously mess with like the button I'm holding, because the game is very directional heavy. So if I'm holding down, I'm gonna head down, but if the camera was switching away where holding down becomes up, then I will start going up. So you have to kind of like do this thing where you hold down, and then the moment the camera changes, you quickly switch to the up position, and then you can usually reduce the amount of time loss that comes with that. All right. So like I said, now we're going to make our way back home. We're going to head to where an exit of the Verse Realm is. Just gonna keep running and never look back at these enemies that are chasing me like crazy. Because just no. I will say, because of the Cornell and Violetta battle, our grenade inventory is a bit monka right now. But realistically, for this next boss battle, because we'll be on our way to our next boss battle soon. This next boss battle is definitely another one of those battles that predominantly relies on like Donna. Most battles tend to heavily rely on Donna as the main source of DPS, where some of the other characters can provide some like added damage to just kind of keep things going. Here we have the Sigma enemy as now a random enemy that may appear on screen in some places. So a bit of a hard battle to dodge. You kind of have to just keep running, and he'll run up to you but then stop, take a moment, and then try to attack you. So if you keep running for like maybe a little bit further when he stops, you should be just in range to trigger the necessary thing. This is kind of a weird chest to pick up without triggering this enemy battle. So like right there, because of the way this game handles picking up items, we have to like almost be like so on top of it that it picks it up. We've unfortunately got an unintended encounter because of it. We'll have a moment of invulnerability to pick it up this time. But yeah, that's this is a very awkward chest to get because of the nature of that enemy. But yeah, now we're going to do a little quick menu. We're going to give Donna the Volcano Egg, because we're going to switch up spells for this next battle, because the Galactic Bang spell is going to be a lot better for the battle. So we do this a lot throughout the run, where we basically swap between Galactic Bang and Absolute Zero, depending on the boss, and you know, is the multi-hit of Galactic Bang going to work better than the linear single-shot AoE effect of Absolute Zero? Just kind of depends on the nature of the boss. Now, you would think for this boss, when you see, and I'm pretty certain I made a safety save, but for some reason, me talking, yeah, I did make a safety save. Sorry. One of those moments where I was like, wait, I want to make sure I have a safety save, because this is definitely a battle that can go wrong without like any intention of it going wrong thanks to RNG. And I'd hate to have to mercy kill a filler run because of runner negligence. But here we are going to do a battle against an enemy called Mother Breed. This is a giant, alien, nasty-looking monster that pulls these balls out of its sack, and it makes these enemies spawn, especially if they've been killed and weakened. So what we do actually is we're going to use Drax Orb here in a little bit. But I'm gonna pause for a moment. I know it's risky,
Things that make you go boom.
and wait to use Drax Orb. So we're gonna just hope again it doesn't bite me in the butt. It may very well bite me in the butt, but the reason I'm waiting for it is because Drax Orb will kill all the extra minions. And so if I wait for Mother Breed to waste its first turn summoning an enemy, it will allow me to more accurately take out more of the enemies. Because now. Well, actually, not yet. We have time to wait. So we're actually going... Oh, we've got a bomb trap. Oh, worst move possible. Alright, I should have used Drax Orb. So bomb trap is arguably one of the most dangerous moves we could have got. Bomb trap is a bomb that lays on the ground, and what's going to happen is it is going to blow up after a set amount of time passes. Unfortunately, that bomb is literally on top of Donna. I swear it always lands on top of Donna. So this is going to be interesting. Basically, there's a chance Donna may die. I'm hoping that she'll get her turn before the bomb goes off. In fact, actually, 3 of my teammates may die. So here's where waiting to use Drax Orb is once again possibly going to ruin me. But it's fine. It's fine. This is how you learn this run better. I would have known that if I had not had it happen before. So yeah, unfortunately the game doesn't tell you how much time has to pass for Time Bomb to go off, but because nobody is able to take their action here for like several seconds, there's a decent chance that Time Bomb is going to go off before I even have a chance to move anybody. We'll see what happens, because I see that bomb getting ready to move, so hopefully Donna will get out of the way. And nope. There it is. So thankfully, it did not kill anybody, which is nice.
Secret weapon.
So we're going to be okay. Thankfully, nobody was hurt too much prior to it. So, though we did get a big Mamma Jamma enemy spawn, so that's less than ideal.
This should work.
Mother Bread, I mean, that's fine. Mother Bread works pretty good too for a boss name, I'd say.
It won't do you any good to wish on this falling star.
So this is where we're gonna try to breed this battle to a closure, and rise to the occasion.
The destruction card. Face the flames of judgment.
Try to do the math in my head on how many galactic bangs it generally takes. I mean, it depends on if you combo. I think this actually, yeah, I would say this should kill Mother Breed. It's not a long battle most of the time, but it can depend on RNG of like the bomb trap, because technically I should have did that galactic bang a turn ago, but because of bomb trap, it kind of messed things up.
Of course we won.
But made it through, bunch of level ups, so awesome. So we're gonna pick up the Paladin book and we're gonna say bye-bye to the Verse Realm. So pretty, I'd say pretty textbook mother breed battle there, or sorry, mother bread battle. And I'm glad my bread puns finally actually worked out by killing the boss on that turn. Alright, so we're basically making our way back. The goal right now is, well, we want to go see the next person. The next... I don't know what's going on with me tonight. I'm like forgetting all my words. I do apologize for that, everybody. We're trying to go see the next Guardian, but we need our plane to do that. So we're actually trying to make our way back to Bakula Settlement, where we left our plane, so then we connect, so we can then venture to the next area, or the next place where the Guardian is, the last Guardian, Saiba. So yes, you heard me correct. We are going back to Bakula Settlement one final time. So if you've been missing that theme song from the desert area, you get to hear it one more time. Yes, Cat Jam time indeed. Before that, though, we do have at least one more boss and a couple of fairly dangerous areas. I actually did a safety save there because in rare cases, I have gotten random encounters here, and these enemies are very dangerous to where if they get an AoE attack off, I will most likely be killed in the process. Yeah, these big kind of like Zombor, fake-ass Chrono Trigger looking enemies, they hurt. They have some very powerful AoE attacks. And after this next boss battle, there's also a group of enemies that I may encounter that are very dangerous and brutal. So, picking up a couple more things to either have on hand in case of emergency, or to sell for money, because it sells for good money. But we are going to do another safety save, but before that, we need to give everybody fire rings, because this next boss has a giant zombie dragon that will hurt. That will hurt if the fire move. It has a massive AoE fire move. With the fire rings, the damage is nearly cut in half, and so it's not as painful. Now, this battle is weird against Lil Lime. That's the name of this enemy, because it's supposed to be a very fast battle, but sometimes depending on like RNG and certain other elements, it can vary, because he goes down pretty quickly. The problem is that if I weaken him too much, he has a chance to escape, and thus null and voiding any experience. Now, thankfully, experience is not the make or break of this run. It's not Final Fantasy IX, where if I botch the experience, then it may hurt the run as a whole in the grand scheme of things. So that's at least nice. It does cost me a hefty amount of time, though, to wait for the battle to end as a result, is the only problem with it. Grenade. I mean, I want to say realistically, I mean, it may depend on Chaos Flare here. I want to say Yuki, because he's going to escape. If this grenade from Yuki and Alfina's Meteor Strike, if Alfina does not kill him with this Meteor Strike, he will run away and we will suffer a time loss. Like, full disclosure. Okay. She has pulled through and took the boss down. Yeah, that's a pretty easy battle, thanks to that item, the big one. The big one does a massive amount of damage, but there's only like 2 in the entire game that you pick up, at least during the run. And so we use it on that battle just to, just realistically, it's the best way to get through that battle. Because what happens next is now we're gonna keep playing the game for the story, but when we get to a certain point in the story, we are going to then make a detour to the casino. Yep, for those of you who know this run, probably because you come to my stream, you know what time it is. Not like yet, but we're like 20 minutes away from the infamous casino section. So if you've been lurking in chat, because you've been waiting for the casino section, because you're all masochists, then your time is now. But, you know, first let's progress through some more story. So here we're just continuing on our trek to get back to our plane, going through this kind of like dig site. This dig site is like crazy dangerous. These enemies that are thankfully mostly ignoring me at the moment are crazy powerful considering what level I am. And they have a, there's a specific set of these enemies that one of them, it has a bow and arrow. It's going to be in this, there's a chest I need to pick up because that has a really good armor for protecting me from like elemental damages and just defense. I'm going to pick up this chest, but I have to hopefully get lucky with the RNG of these enemies and not worry about them attacking me. Essentially it boils down to I open the chest, I run away for a little bit because they won't chase me too far, and then they're going to run back. AI's kind of distracted because their pathing requires them to go back, and then I run back again, and I got lucky. Okay, so that was a good case. There are times where I do that in the enemy that's furthest away. He didn't aggro this time, but sometimes he aggroes and he moves a lot faster than the others, and he jumps at me when he wants to initiate an attack. And he will... If I get that battle, I'm usually ambushed when it happens, and the problem with that battle is they do this like area of effect attack that's also like paralyzing too. So it's like a combination of a massive AoE with paralysis, and it's like, in my experience, it's like a 90% chance of like failing. So that's why I safety save there, to be safe. But we've made it back to Bakula Desert, so now we just need to head to the settlement, and then we'll do a couple things in town with selling and book extracting, and then we will head to the Vejas jungle. Thank you, HRZ. Thank you. Yeah, good old gambling percent, as we call it. Not any percent, it's gambling percent. And it's time to catch him. We go talk with the acting chief, Rulia. Talk about how there's like another communicator in another world, and then how we are gonna head to Vejas Jungle, where the last guardian is, Seba. The one orb we don't use in the run. We're going to extract the Paladin book, the Ninja book, and the Guardian book, which are all just the bottom 3 ones. Alright. And then we're going to go to the general store. A little bit more selling and shopping. Gonna get Donna a new weapon to help with some of her magic damage output. Because when you come to Disc 2, a lot of the shops and towns will change in what they sell. So we're gonna sell the gold elixir. We're gonna sell the golden ring, because who needs a ring of gold? Earth mastery, because we don't use any earth spells. We're gonna sell super reflexes, and an unshakable will. Brain Fire. Okay, yeah, that's it for that. Sorry, click too much. Alright, Sun cards. Gives her a huge, like a 27 boost, and we're gonna buy 2 mithril leggings for the guys. Alright, now we're gonna spend the night at the inn and experience, if I recall correctly, this is the final dinner sequence in the run. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the game lets you mash through text with like X and circle. So if you mash too fast, you end up accidentally hitting no, because this game also defaults any dialogue choice to no. Like every like no. Like that's the part that I always thought was kind of weird, is like most games seem to like default to like yes. Mind you, I'm sure I'm absolutely wrong in that statement, but at least of all the ones I've played, they usually default to yes. But this one defaults to no in most cases. So if you over mash the button in an effort to go fast, you end up hitting the wrong dialogue most of the time. But all right. Here we are in the Vejos jungle. So like I said, this is still more story content before we get to the casino section to kind of set us up for the end game. This is also, when we get into the temple, it's also going to be the part where we get a little more, like, backstory into Alfina and her relationship with Emilius. And it's told through a lot of unmashable dialogue, and they're not cutscenes. So, yeah, for story enthusiasts, if you're watching, you'll have the opportunity to actually read the dialogue on the screen. I always found it interesting how this game decided to, like, decide, like, okay, what stuff... It's like everybody was in a room, and they were like, alright, Alright. Do we make cutscenes skippable? Yes. Alright, what about dialogue? Should we let them mash through it? Yeah, let's let them mash through it. But do we want them to mash through all of it? No, let's make it so they can't mash through some of it. Like, I always wondered, like, what's the intention of, like, letting you mash through some dialogue and then making you, like, read other dialogue? I just found that interesting. Like, why let me mash any dialogue then, in theory? Continuing on. Thankfully, this enemy will not come near me on the chest, so it doesn't really matter if they follow me. Goes back to what I was saying before about how, like, even though enemies will chase you and they spot you, there is a threshold at which they are willing to chase you. Usually the case when dialogue is... I mean, that's fair. That is completely fair. I will not say that I am an expert in any of that game design knowledge. I'm just a guy who speedruns video games and occasionally plays them casually as well. But that would probably make the most sense, hasted. Alright, we've made it to the temple. Temple's generally pretty safe when it comes to things. I mean, there have been a few times the enemy placement RNG was a little questionable, but this area is pretty cut and dry. So we get locked in here, but there's a switch to the up left that we can trigger to reopen the path. Because we'll open the big giant door. And for this room, as long as we stay in the very center of the room, the game will prove me a liar. I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
How could this happen? Is this my destiny?
I've never had that happen before.
It can't end like this.
Well, that is really awkward. I mean, we saved? It's just that we saved back here. Yeah, that's why dodging enemies and fleeing is very important. Because we can't fight the enemies. The enemies are more dangerous to us than the boss battles are. Yeah, no, apparently, yeah, honestly, I've never, it's so cliche for me to say this, but I have never had the enemy in that area actually catch me before and cause that. So, I mean, I guess part of that's on me. I should have, I guess, made a safety save in Vejas jungle, but the risk of death was so low in my experience that I didn't see a need to. But I'll make sure on the weird chance it happens again, I'll make sure we make a save a little bit closer. Hey, sometimes you need them. So it's gonna be interesting if we get out. Okay, we got away. Luckily, again. How much of a time loss from taking a death? 10 minutes. Probably about a 10-minute time loss. Maybe 12, actually, to be honest with you. Because we have to do this section again, and then I have to run back through Bakula Settlement again. Like, I have to run through the Bakularian Desert, go through the town, do the shop again. So it's a pretty fair time loss. Thankfully, I'm a filler run. So hypothetically speaking, if for some reason we encroach on the next run's time, I have no problem null and voiding this run if we need to. And two, the estimate I gave is very generous because of RNG like this. For context, my PB is a 447. As you can see, the estimate is 5.5 hours. That's just running in Grandia 3 in a nutshell. Don't worry, this will be the run where we've had all the weird RNG up to the casino, and then the casino is, like, gonna be stupid good. And just kind of, like, salvage most of it. But hey, you know what? Apparently I'll get to hear the Bakula Desert theme again because of it. So it's not all bad, right? Yeah, honestly, I'm very dumbfounded by that encounter we got. Because I've definitely been very close to that enemy just like I was and never triggered a battle out of it. So I was very shocked to see that happen. Hey, Strive, thank you for the good luck. I'm gonna need it. This run is ugly. It is not. This is the digital version on PS3, which is the same as physical on PS3 if you have a PS3 that plays physical games. But no, I am playing this on PS3. Alright, let's see. Golden Elixir. Golden Ring. Earth Mastery. Super Reflexes, Unshakable Will. Some Sun cards. Mithril. Meme runs make for good marathons? Yeah, of course. It's not really a meme run, but yeah, of course. I mean, to be fair, it kind of is a meme run. Like, I may defend the game, but having a casino section that depends on the entirety of your run 3 hours into it, it's kind of a meme. It's kind of a meme. Yes, no, I'd say that's the saying. All right, so let's try this again. Vejas Jungle. Should be a save point at the beginning of the jungle. We'll save there. Man. I just feel bad, man. This game is depriving all these viewers of the casino section. I know that's why, like, y'all are all here for the casino section. Like, I know that. That's just the nature of this run. Everybody is here for the casino section. It's arguably the best part of the run. Duh. Alright, let's safety save, because apparently this game wants to be funny. Yes. Yeah, as shocking as it sounds, he doesn't crash every plane. Because honestly, like, it would totally mess things up if he crashed that plane, because we have no way to, like, get another one at this point. You would think that. You would think that with the way he's treated it in this game, that they would be one-time use only. But yes, that is like the one plane that he doesn't crash actively. For now. I'm not gonna promise that plane lasts the whole game. I think it's because he's, you know, I don't know actually. I never even thought about that. It's so weird, like all the jokes and memes about how he can't fly a plane, he crashes all the planes. It never occurred to me that this plane, the second plane he gets from Schmidt, actually like lasts for a decent amount of time in comparison. Sorry, they needed to make this plane go down in a more dramatic fashion. You'll not exactly see because it's in a cutscene, but this plane will go down eventually. It's a bird plane. I mean, Ulf is the only safe one. Ulf rides on the back of Sheba. While everybody else is funneling into the plane, you know, Ulf got his own little pet dragon. I always wondered, because Ulf, I believe, is a dragon kind, and he rides a dragon.
Damn, we can't get.
I suppose this is a sort of.
Oh my god. It's the camera at its finest.
I suppose this is a sort of victory.
Alright. We're at the Vejas ruins for the first time. Yeah, first time in the entire run. Pretending that the death I had did not happen. I guess it would make more sense to make a safety save here. So there's less travel to do. But I mean, lightning... Sorry. A sneeze came out of nowhere on me. I was starting to say lightning never strikes twice, right? So the likelihood of me getting that counter a second time is pretty low, right? I hope. Okay. How we feeling, game? Nice self-jinx. Hey, I am the master of the self-jinx. Yeah, exactly. You know, actually, I could see that. It does look like a lemon in a bird cage. Okay, game. Are we going to make it through this area, or are you going to give me a random encounter because you want to... Thank you! That's what's supposed to happen. Alright, time for a bunch of obligatory dialogue, story-related elements. Alright, so now we're going to head back up to the main hall, and then we're going to go through the big door that was opened. We're not really worried about the eggs as much right now. We've pretty much got all the spells we need for the most part, so... Alright, so Seba here gives us an orb. Seba's like the one orb we don't actually use in the run. Like, we've used Drax orb, and we're going to use Yot's orb on the next boss we fight. And then there's a 4th orb that we're going to get. That one is used for a few battles. So, like 3. No, I'm sorry, 2. It's only used for 2 battles. Honestly, if I could use it for more battles, that'd be dope, because it's so broken. Alright, so we're done here. It's time to leave. Continue on. We've now, for story purposes, we've now acquired all of the known orb powers of the communicator. Not yet. We're not going to rip the plane yet. The plane will get ripped later. This plane's going to sustain for now. But we're going to leave the ruins. Bad stuff is amuck. Emilius has shown up to claim Saba's head. And this, we actually happen. We actually see Saba die. Zorn. There was Emilius. You get a brief look at him, even though we had to skip the cutscene. And so, Alfina is sad and shocked, and she's like passed out. And so we're gonna enter Alfina's dream here in a little bit. Wins Casino. Casino should be in like 10 minutes. If that. Yeah, it should be about 10 minutes. Because I've got a bunch of unskippable dialogue here. We're basically headed to the casino when we're done with this element of story. Alright. So like I said, here's basically we're gonna get a backstory into Emilius and Alfina's kind of like childhood and kind of what would lead to why Emilius is the way he is. So these are all, like I said, unskippable. So this is like little mini breaks for the runner before the grind that is the casino section, which is ultimately me mashing the X button until I earn enough money. Cool. Before you step away, just so you know, I'm fine with, like, depending on how Casino goes, if, like, you want to kill this run because it's filler to get the other run going when it's their time. I mean, 100% can do that, because I know this is just meant to be filler. And it's not been the best of runs for me. RNG has actually been very unfavorable in this run compared to like previous runs, so I'm not sure when the next run is supposed to go on, like schedule wise. Schedule in 2 hours. Okay. Oh, 3 hours. I mean, I'd be shocked if I'm still doing this after 3 hours. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I mean, I should definitely be done before that. Even, like, unless this is, like, the world's worst casino, which now I'm jinxing myself on. We're only 20... I think right now, without casino, we're on, like, a 5-11 pace. If only this run had yellow strats. Oh, man, yellow strats are actually more dangerous in this run. This is definitely not a run where you can just YOLO stuff out at your butt. Hey, Brainbug, thank you for the good luck. Don't worry, the casino section is going to bring us all the luck we need to finish strong. We're gonna take all this early game wonky RNG and just flip it. It isn't low YOLO if it isn't dangerous. Yeah, the problem is the entire run is dangerous. It's already mostly YOLO. How many times can Woody jinx himself? I don't know. What am I up to at this point, indeed? Because, I mean, we haven't got to the casino yet, but we are about 21 minutes past my PB in terms of pacing. So clearly, I've had a bunch of jinxes this run. 69,420, that sounds about right. 69,420, yeah, I'd agree with that. Alright, so we're almost done in this Althena's Dream section. Just got one more door to go through. This is a serious moment, y'all. It's a serious moment. Yeah, we are almost done with the shenanigans. Well, these shenanigans. Let's be real. We're about to do the casino section. There's plenty of shenanigans on the horizon. All right. It is now that hop in our plane and make our way back to Saboteur Harbor, place we were at early in the game, where the casino section was, the casino tent was. Let's go. Let's see if the RNG of this run continues to be in a weird place today, or let's see if we can actually get some good gambling going. Alright, so the casino section. So, the people who routed this game before I ever became a runner for it, they found that the only way to beat this game in the fastest time possible was, because of how underleveled we were, is we would need to go to the casino at this part of the run and basically gamble until we earned a certain amount of money, because the casino is the only way to buy some of the most broken items in the game. The platinum feathers, gold feathers, these things called Mogwai bombs. They're very powerful items that can only be acquired really through here. I mean, you can find them in chests in some places, but mostly only through here. So yeah, so basically we are going to buy... I did save, right? I'm like so distracted. Yeah, I safety saved. Yeah, we're good, right? I'm over here like afraid that I've made a mistake and I'm now... Okay, yeah, we're good. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I don't have to... Because yeah, if I didn't safety save and I fail this, I have literally no way to come back from it other than replay. Alright, so as I was starting to say, yeah, basically all we do here is we have to gamble. So it's just a bunch of mashing X and hope that the luck of the game's RNG system will give us a 3-card draw. No, I know, I just checked. Alright, so we get the load. Alright, we're already off to a great start with the casino. Basically, you get 2 hands to win some money before you have to reload a save. But yeah, basically we're just mashing the X button. We have to get at least 3 in a row to earn some money. I mean, realistically, that's not a lot of money, so it's going to take more hands. But we need about 200 and... minimum 215,000 medals. 250 will make the end game safer, but minimum we need 215,000. So the hardest part in the beginning is we have to just win some money so we don't have to keep reloading a save, because that's where you end up losing a chunk of time. So because the time it takes to, you know, fail, then reload a save, and start over. I mean, maybe on like an emulator, that could happen. Come on, 8. Damn. Sometimes it can take a few minutes to kind of get going. Oh, I never split for start of the casino section. Sorry, I guess y'all wouldn't see that anyway. When you get 2 of those like skull icons, it's called a death blow. Getting plenty of those tonight. But yeah, that's ultimately what this section of the run is. It's just doing this until you earn the right amount of money. It's definitely like the #1 reason for killing a run or not finishing a run. It's brutal. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's a very brutal section. Best I ever did was an 8. It was like a 7:59. Like 7 minutes and 59 seconds was the best casino I've ever done. Alright, there you go. We've got a 4 in a row, so this is already off to a good start. Yes, it is the game with the really bad desert music. But there we go. We got a 4 in a row, so that's good. We get this 8. All right, didn't get the 4 in a row again, but it's a start. We can at least do more hands before having to reload a save, so that's good. Oh, can we get a 5? Hey! Look at that, already up to 114,000. See, sometimes the luck will come. So I'm gonna actually add in these other cards to increase the odds of winning. No, what am I trying to get? I am trying to get 215,000 medals to buy a bunch of overly broken items to be able to win the rest of the game. The people who routed this game before I ever became a runner have attempted to route this game without this casino section, but it's too difficult for the time that you can beat the game in. Like, you can do it. You can 100% do a no casino run, but you'd have to do a lot. You'd have to do a lot of grinding, to where the run would be probably stupid long. It'd probably turn into the length of like Final Fantasy X or even longer, depending. I don't know if I have the energy or drive to to do a no casino run. There you go, 4 in a row with a red card. Cool. I mean, this is actually, in comparison, this is actually a semi decent casino section, compared to what it could have been. So, I mean, mind you, we're at 138,000, so we're, you know, just under halfway there. So we could still get a lot of bad hands in a row. Ooh, that's good. That's a times 10. If we can get a 3 in a row. Yeah, buddy, that's a 30. Ooh, we might be done. Yep, we're done. Look at that. Casino done. Wow. That is probably the fastest casino I've had, and it's on this awful, awful run. Alright, so we've got twice the amount we actually need. So that's good to see. It's good to see casino was nice to us. So we're gonna buy basically 9 feathers. That is the fastest ever. I'm so mad that it's on this awful, awful run. Silver feather, big Mogwai bomb, golden feather. We're gonna buy 3 of these, 9 fat Mogwai bombs, 9 platinum feathers. We're gonna buy 1 volcano egg. I'm gonna do a quick double check because I'm afraid I forgot some. So silver feathers, yes, Mogwai bombs, gold feathers, a couple holy waters. We want to really use 1 Mogwai, platinum, and a volcano egg. Yep, that's it. I know, I'm so bitter, and I'm a little mad that I didn't split at the start of the casino because I don't know what the actual time was for this split. But cool. That makes up the 10-minute time loss, but I'm 25 minutes behind the run. I could, but the extra stuff's not gonna actually. So the extra stuff's not gonna make or break. What it's gonna allow me to do is I'm gonna be able to fully replenish my items and make this boss rush mode that I'm about to enter a lot safer. So don't worry, we're gonna spend it because I only need about 250,000. But cool, we are still on pace to actually meet the quoted time I gave. Alright, let's just see how these goes. This is the part where I reinvigorate my my run and power, basically destroy it now. Mithril leggings, ebony armor. Donna needs. Sorry, that's not Donna. This is Donna. She needs sun cards. Well, I'm glad to see that I can get my fastest casino ever during a marathon run. I'm a little salty that it happened on a run that I can't have any chances of PBing on. But that's fine. My PB is going to be immensely luck-based to beat, sadly. Absolute zero. Alright, so we've got our safety save. Well, so that's the thing. It's not even a gold split because I didn't split on the split before it. I skipped it because I forgot the split, and so it's not even a gold split as a result. So thankfully, that gold split will not haunt me. Yep, lost to the sands of time. Alright, here we fight this is a very annoying boss battle. But this is where you're going to get your taste of why we do the casino and what benefit. Yeah, Marathon Luck, super OP. But this is where you're going to get a taste of why we do that and what these items hold for our future. So we use Fat Mogwai Bombs because they not only have a cancel effect, they do a massive amount of damage, and they're AoE.
Secret weapon.
So sadly, I'm not going to cancel any of these enemies because none of them are in past the comm line. But you know what? Damage is still damage. Our girl Donna here is going to fire off Absolute Zero, and then we're going to make sure we get Yote's Orb off, because Yote's Orb is what's going to keep us alive. Because this boss is insanely powerful. Thankfully, Yote's Orb, if a character dies, Yote's Orb will bring them back to life and heal them, so it's very handy for this battle because of the nature. Because this boss basically one-shots anybody it hits, as a case in point. But see how we were back alive. Fiora is not the worst. It's a status ailment move, so that one won't actually kill us, but it is going to like negate, plus this heals it back. This always never happens exactly. So Yuki is actually going to use a Platinum Feather to make everybody go a lot sooner.
Okay, let's try this.
And we definitely don't need to be as frugal about our Platinum Feathers because of this. What I'm going to do is Alfina is going to defend, which is a little risky for this first turn of hers, but it's fine. It's the best we can do right now with how things are. And this should combo. Ideally, I would have liked Ulf to go first, because the increased damage from the Mogwai Bomb, this always never happens. I know, right?
Secret weapon.
But yeah, the increased damage from the Mogwai Bomb with Absolute Zero afterwards would have been nice to have. Yes, this is actually not the most broken orb in the game. We don't have the most broken orb in the game. We're actually on our way to get it now. Yeah, I wish I could say this orb's broken. The problem is if the enemy moves fast enough, it can kill me before the orb revives everybody, or if everybody dies at the same time. So, while it feels like a super handy orb and it's super powerful for what it does, it doesn't move fast enough to protect me. The most broken orb in the game actually freezes time completely, thus making nothing happen for us, like a period of time. And that we use on 2 bosses. But this should work out pretty well. Boy Ulf here is going to cancel that C, that Milk Crystal C, from doing that action, which is super handy in this case. And since we have so much extra currency, I can abuse the hell out of using Platinum Feathers, because we're going to go restock before the next dungeon anyway. I'm going to spam the hell out of Platinum Feathers to get through this boss battle in ASAP time. Oh. Hell Mixer sucks. Thankfully, I survived through it. The worst part is when the enemy gets low on HP or after a certain number of turns pass, it may do a move called Cluster Change. Cluster Change is an absolute nightmare of a thing to deal with due to the nature of it. It makes the enemy like
Secret weapon.
a million times faster as a result.
Eat this.
So this will help. This will cancel B. I think we're going to be able to... This may be the end of the battle here.
We'll freeze you all.
Or at least this should take down... I want to say B and C, because A should have more HP than all of them. Yeah, took down B and C. So we just got to deal with A. We'll see how much... Yeah, A's got too much HP, so we'll Platinum Feather. But yeah, if you only have 215,000, you have to try to be a little more frugal with how much you're spamming certain items, because you have to replenish your inventory, and if you overuse the more expensive ones, then what's going to happen there is you're gonna run into a problem where you're not going to be able to. Some of your battles are going to either be slower or going to run the risk of
Let me try my secret
being
weapon.
unwinnable because you overused certain items that would have fared better in a different battle. Because while this battle is going,
The ice card.
this battle
Freeze
is
you
fine.
all.
We're going to be able to go back to the casino after this battle and replenish. The problem is the next 5 boss battles are going to have to be able to use all of the items that I'm going to buy. So 9 feathers, 9 Mogwai bombs, 9 gold, 9 silver, 9 big, 9 fat. I have to get through 5 boss battles, technically, with all of those items, because I won't be able to replenish them in theory.
I'm a pilot. I don't have time for this.
But that takes down Melk, Melk Crystal, Guardian of the Melk Ruins. So we're going to continue our trek to the top to meet this final Guardian that we originally didn't know existed. We didn't know they were a thing. We found out that there was a hidden Guardian. So we're going to go talk to them about, what do we do from here, and also to hopefully get their power. And we will get their power. Their power is the overly broken power. But like I said, we only use this power twice, because the way the orbs work, because you're probably thinking, because I haven't really touched on this, you're probably thinking, well damn, if these orbs are so useful, why don't you use them more often, or why don't you just use it on all your boss battles? The reason for that is because the orbs have a recharge period when you use them. So depending on how you use depending on the orb you use, and how much energy they use, it will affect like when you can use the orb again, and it's based on how many battles you've been through. Whoa, me too. What? I'm so confused. And so yeah, so when we use the orbs, we can't spam the orbs, unfortunately, because when I use them, they lose some power, and you need to fight random encounters and win random encounters to recharge them, and they vary in length of encounters depending on like how much energy has been used. So this last Guardian, we meet Unama. Unama's orb will freeze time for. I've never fully timed it, and I also don't, and I haven't determined if like time freezes based on like actions. Is it based on how many turns I take? But the best I could say is it's around 10 to 11 minutes. So it kind of freezes time for around 10-ish minutes, give or take. And that might be partly because of me using Platinum Feathers and forcing everyone's time to go sooner. But yeah, essentially, we only use Unama's Orb twice because of the time it takes to like recharge it. But yeah, we continue our trek, dodging enemies as best as we can. Some of these enemies are really powerful, so it's one of those cases again where we just need to do everything in our power and hope we don't run into any of them. Realistically, what I should be doing, now I think about it, I should probably heal everybody up on the off chance I do get an encounter. This is also the first time we see an enemy whose name is currently escaping me, but I want to say it's Minx. It's these like little like rodent, rat-ish, I guess they're not really rats, but these little like rodent-looking creatures called Minx. They are an amazing source of experience, but the problem is, and they only have like, it's like 9 HP, I want to say like 8 or 9 HP, but the problem is they have such a high evasion stat that they dodge things like crazy, and a lot of times it requires like multi-hits or requires like certain types of abilities that are going to really do the damage. So normally what you would actually do is you would use Unama's Orb. Yeah, kind of like metal slimes. They're this game's equivalency to a metal slime is the best way to put it. Thank you. That's a cat on the keyboard. You know what? Actually, you know what? That does look like a cat on a keyboard. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, so it's basically like this game's equivalency of metal slimes, and you use Unama's Orb technically to freeze them in place is the best way to do it. And then there's like certain abilities you would use to increase like your chance of like doing damage. There's guides online of like the most effective way to farm those enemies and like what abilities to specifically use to kill them. And obviously it's worth doing if you're playing the game casually, of course, and you're just trying to like level up and get stronger. I haven't played this game casually in so long. I don't even know what like a good level to be for casual play is to like beat this game, because some of these bosses be, you know, my perception is skewed by the speed run. My perception is these bosses be rough, like tough. But if you level up and grind and get some, you know, weapons and powers and stuff like that, they're usually pretty good. You're pretty well off. Alright, so we're going to fly somewhere else because we're going to go back to the harbor and get ourselves a replenishment of all the items that we spent money on. Or spent all the items we spent in these battles. We're gonna replenish them thanks to our casino winnings. So prize exchange. So basically, we're just going in and replenishing all the stuff we use, all the Mogwai bombs, all the platinum feathers. That should be all we ended up using ultimately. Yeah, everything else is grayed out. Just doing a quick double check to be safe. Yep. Alright. So now it's time to head to Sermania. And in addition to heading to Sermania, we are also going to be fighting another massive run killer. Violetta. So we're going to fight Violetta. If you were here earlier, you saw I fought Cornell and Violetta together. Well, Violetta's back, and we're going to need to fight her again. The problem with this battle in the speed run is that in this battle, because we're so underleveled and you know, she's at a certain point, she hurts. She hits really hard. And this is like one of those battles where there is like next to like nothing I can do if the starting RNG is not in my favor, sadly. Because of how fast, and she gets two actions. She has her own actions and her scythe. is a icon on the map, or on the ATB bar or IP bar, and so she can basically act twice per turn, if you want to call it that. And she hits hard and just damages very hard. Like she's rough. She is a rough battle ultimately to deal with. Hey Mash, thank you for the good luck. So I have literally done this battle where like the way it starts with whatever the turn order ends up being, I was basically dead at the beginning of the battle. Like there was like nothing I could do, because a lot of times what she'll do is she'll use abilities like I think it's called, because I'm drawing the blank on name of certain moves, but there's a few abilities that she uses that are like AoE. Like one of them is called like Sharpshooter or Death Shooter. It's something shooter, and it usually kills 2 of my teammates when she uses it, and it's a very high chance that she uses it as one of her opening actions. There's also a move her Scythe does that will always kill somebody instantaneously. Kills Donna very frequently. So this is one of those battles that truly portrays this game's like RNG to its max. The best situation we can ask for to improve our chances of winning is we need Ulf to go early, but we need him to go just a little bit slower than Violetta, so that he starts his turn after she has one of her actions in the command section. Because if we can start the battle with canceling her actions through Ulf, we will have the highest possible chance of actually winning the battle compared to other scenarios. But first we do a menu. We'll do a safety save because the battle's pretty early on in here. We're going to give her a volcano egg. Sorry, my bad. Wrong volcano egg. She gets the volcano egg. Because she's actually going to switch to Galactic Bang for this, because Galactic Bang is just going to be a better spell for single target, because we don't need to take out the weapon. The weapon is too high on HP. It would just not be worth the time we'd waste to fight it, and then we need to swap in from Fire Mastery, so the spell only costs half. Yeah, we swap between Fire and Water Mastery for Absolute Zero and Big Bang, because Big Bang, or sorry, not Big Bang, Galactic Bang and Absolute Zero cost like 90 to 100 MP, and she just does not really have that much MP. So as a result, we need the half off to really survive the battles. All right. So, okay, we actually got the preferred RNG. She's about to take her turn. Ulf is here, but thanks to the power of his equipment, he is actually going to go
Things
first.
that make you go boom.
So this is actually what we want to see. This is a good time where RNG is actually working in our favor. We don't want to move too fast on our actions because we want to be able to make sure we can not target the weapon,
Okay,
because
let's
you'd be
try this.
surprised how easy it is to target the weapon. Like if I try to go too fast, because if I do a single spell attack on the weapon, it's not going to help me win this battle. Because I only need to take out Violetta. If I take out Violetta, the battle's over. And because we had the Mogwai Bomb go off, we were able to get a nice high combo as a result. But unfortunately, Dance the Dead did get off, and so Dance the Dead is going to kill somebody. Is the only kind of unfortunate side about it.
Let me give this a try.
Alright, so Mogwai Bomb, Violetta, and then Donna is going to do this.
Things that make you go boom.
I think this should give us a combo attack. She gets knocked in the air, and the combo lasts until like the character like stands up. Yeah,
The
so we'll get the
destruction
combo
card.
again.
Face the flames of judgment.
So depending on how things go, we could, in theory, leave Yuki dead, which may give us the
Playtime's
best
over.
scenario for winning, which is probably what we're gonna do. Is just leave Yuki down.
Let me give this a try.
All right,
The
burn wall is good.
destruction
Burn wall is
Face the flames
not
of judgment.
a immediately offensive move. What it does is it surrounds her in like a flame wall, which will do damage if she gets close to somebody, but it does save me a turn.
Playtime's over.
Because
Secret
this
weapon!
may
Yeah.
kill. Yeah, exactly. I not to hate on. Yeah, see, this was actually like a textbook, almost like a textbook perfect
I'll get something to eat.
Violetta battle. To be honest with you, like that was good. That was a good case because I love Yuki, but this is the part of the run where Yuki becomes the item person. Like he's basically the one. He basically spams items for the rest of this run. He doesn't have any magic spells that are worth anything, and he may occasionally like cancel an action if necessary or throw a bomb or something. But he is predominantly the guy throwing feathers to make turns happen. So yeah, Dance of Dead taking out Yuki was probably the best situation we could have asked for. Either Yuki or Alfina. As long as it wasn't Ulf or Donna, it was fine. Alright, so Violetta is down without too much error, so thankfully it seems like RNG has swayed in our favor finally. Now what we're going to do is something I only really do in marathon runs, just for the safety of the rest of the run, especially if we had a good casino in the marathon. If we had a good casino in the marathon, I usually do this. We are actually going to go back to Saboteur Harbor. So we are going to, you could say arguably take a time loss and go back to the casino and replenish all the items we used on Violetta. Now in this case, Violetta, we actually didn't use a ton of items, so realistically I probably could have been fine. I only used, I think it was like 3 platinum feathers, maybe 2 platinum feathers in total. And like 1 solar feather. So I probably could have pulled it off with some smart use of items, but I'm like, well, we got the extra money. We're in a marathon. We've had some bad luck RNG wise, and it's still going to leave us underestimate even if I do go back. Why not just go, the safer route? We'll save the YOLO stressful versions of this run for my own channel. But yeah, this is definitely a recommended thing to do if you are in a marathon or if you are new to running this game and you're still kind of like getting used to the run. You only really skip going back if you're on like sub 5-hour pace, I would say. And that's only if you're on PS3. If you're on PS2, it'd be if you're like sub 5:10 pace. Yes, because the game decided to be nice to me and give me my fastest casino ever. I think it was like, I'll have to go back and time it in the VOD or something, but it was like, I think it was like 5, what do you think, Deed? How long do you think that was? You think it was like 5 minutes? Felt like 5 minutes. So Platinum Feather, Mogwai Bomb, Revival, Silver. Okay, so we replenished on items. So we've got 2 more boss battles to get through in Sermania. But we won't be able to come back here. So we're now going to stretch the rest of these items through the remainder of the run. But yeah, we are past the casino section everyone's talking about. We lucked out. Casino went really nice. Which was a nice change of pace, because I did this run at during another really long-a-thon event, and I had an absolutely horrible casino section. I think I ended up actually loading a save file with the necessary amount of money on it, because it had gone so bad that if I did it any longer, it would have put me way over estimate. Which reminded me, when I won that money, I forgot to make a separate save for my safety save for marathon runs. So let's hope the next time I do this in a marathon, we have a decent casino section. Or I'll need to just do it offline. But yeah, so now we're going back. It's not the... I mean, it's about a 4-ish minute time loss. Yeah, it's about a 4 to 5 minute time loss to leave and go back to the casino to replenish items and come back. And for the sake of possible random encounter being unkind to me, now we're going to have ourselves a rematch with Le Lime. So some more enemy dodging. So gotta be mostly careful of the dinos. The dinosaurs, they run angled poorly. I was gonna say they run really fast. You have to be mindful of them. So Hellburner is actually one of the abilities that Violetta does that will instantly kill a teammate. As you can see, the regular mob almost killed me too, due to the strength of them, since I'm not really up to the level I should be at this part of the game. So here we skip a cutscene involving Amelius fighting Raven and basically killing Raven, and then Donna having, like an emotional moment about it, because it's her love. Here we're going to equip fire rings on everybody who doesn't have one, because we're fighting Lilime again. So he's got his big old zombie dragon that does a massively powerful fire move. And so this will help mitigate some of that damage, and then we're going to put the Lake Ache on so we can increase Absolute Zero. For this battle, we use Absolute Zero because it hits multiple targets, so it's just handier to have for stuff. Because we can hit the dragon, we can hit Lilime, and then he's carrying around a skull. That doesn't matter as much, but it's there. Absolute Zero, I think it takes like 2 Absolute Zeros, and it takes down the dragon, if I recall correctly. But the dragon can't die permanently, is the only unfortunate side. He can just stand around and eventually come back alive. Let's see.
Let me give this a try.
So probably should have silver feathered Ulf, realistically. But this should stall long enough for Ulf to take his turn, so we should be okay. Because ideally, I need Ulf to take his turn to use a Mogwai Bomb to cancel the dragon and the lime. And so yeah, this should... Yeah, okay, yeah, that worked out. So the Mogwai Bomb will hit everyone, which will then cancel every action that's about to happen. Which is ideal in this scenario. Skull, not as worried about. I mean, it's going to Dark Blitz Donna, which is a little unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world in this case, even if you can see it from here.
Okay, let's try this.
So Donna will be alive. She won't die from that, but you know, still gonna take some hit. I think the dragon is not gonna be in range, since unfortunately this would have killed it, but we'll kill it next time.
Things that make you go boom!
Let me give this a try.
Alright, getting a Hellfang on Boy here, so not ideal, but not the worst. Now we're gonna use a Platinum Feather.
Okay, let's try this.
The ice card will freeze you all.
Yeah, the Dragon variable is unfortunate because, yeah, unfortunately Hellfang does kill whoever it hits. Because it does, like,
It's getting
a whole lot of damage. It's like 250 a hit. It's ridiculous. So what we'll need to do is we'll need to revival elixir Ulf so he comes back
We
alive.
have no choice. Please work!
And welcome to the world's most unnecessary animation of reviving a dead character,
Prepare to die, maggots!
the revival elixir. And then we're going to try to think. Are they lined up? Not really lined up in a usable manner. I guess we are going to... I think I'm going to Gold Feather this one.
Let me give this a try.
So yeah, unfortunately, lining up of the dragon and Lalim did not work out in our favor. That was also not good. So yeah, unfortunately, the RNG of this battle got to us. Mostly because of the stupid dragon getting out of range.
Yes! Come to me, my new slave!
Have no fear. We will prevail. Should be all set up. Hey, thank you for the good luck. Just double checking I'm set up. I am. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, we got Ulf going early. Okay, so that's good. Nope, wrong item. Alright. So
Secret weapon! Yeah!
we'll cancel. Our boy will align. She's gonna absolute 0. Try to be a little smarter this time. Not really ideal if he uses that.
Let me
This
try
should
my
help with
secret
a
weapon.
combo.
Ha!
I want to say, yeah, it keeps the combo going. It's only a few more hits, but combo's a
Will
combo.
freeze you all.
Because remember, if there's a combo, I do more damage the higher the combo. So if Donna can go at the end of a combo, it's gonna tribute to a lot more damage output. That'll be a huge win. So we're getting Chaos Flared. Let's gold. We're gonna Platinum Feather. Though something tells me Dark Blitz is going after Elfina. Wow. Wow. The one character I needed Dark Blitz not to hit, it hit. So that was cute. Alright. Fat Mogwai Bomb. Though I think we're gonna go with Big Mogwai Bomb this time.
Secret weapon! Yeah!
So, and then actually want her to Silver Feather Donna. Yeah, it's a risk, but
Let me give this a try.
I'm gonna go for it. Alright, if the dragon doesn't move, we'll be okay.
The ice card
Because this will kill the dragon.
will freeze you all.
Like I said, the dragon's not, unfortunately, dead for the entirety of the battle. He's just knocked out for a period of time. That's the only negative aspect to it. So,
This should work.
while I should have used the Platinum Feather, I am a little bit lower in HP, and so I'm trying to at least help my odds of staying alive. Though this could work out, because... Oh, man, he took his turn at, like, the wrong split second. Because I believe he's like half an inch away from being able to be cancelable. Oh, but never mind. Knocks him back anyway, so it's fine. Ooh, we got an early rebirth. That's unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes you get the rebirth much earlier than that. So I'm gonna do a gold feather. Actually, no, we're gonna do platinum feather. This way, Ulf can probably go sooner too. Alright, so Yuki's gonna actually defend, because he doesn't have a whole lot to do in this. We're gonna actually do Mogwai Bomb this time for more damage, and then we're gonna do Absolute Zero. Okay, he's doing Fiora, which is more of a, basically it's a disable, so it can disable my character from performing an action.
The ice card.
I think we'll get the combo. Let's see. Alright, what is he getting ready to do? Health Bang. So that's not great, and then something called Cold. Okay. Alright, so we're going to use a Silver Feather on Donna. Actually, I'm going to use a Gold Feather, because both Donna and Ulf need to get their action sooner. Sadly, our boy Yuki is going down for the count. Oh my god, he lived. What are the chances? What are the chances of that nonsense? That is completely unexpected. Wow, the one
Eat this.
Yuki came through. He came through and tanked the hit. That's a boy. Alright, not ideal. I'd like to save more of those for the next battle, but it's fine. It's what's gonna help improve. Now, that would have been nice if Donna could have won sooner. But you know what? It is what it is. Alright, Dragon should be down again. Alright, this is a much more stabilized battle compared to the previous one. So, Dragon's out of commission for now. Lalim is still alive, but we will make it work. I'm gonna say 1 gold feather should be enough. I'm trying to save as many platinum feathers for the next battle as I can, because the next battle we're gonna use Unama's Orb, and we need to move fast. So we need the platinum feathers as much as possible for it. So, in an effort to make sure I don't under damage, we are going to use the Fat Mogwai Bomb.
Weapon. Yeah.
Which is going to increase the odds of actually winning, because he's only got 800 now. This probably will not kill him, because Yuki sadly doesn't have boosted damage to items like Wolf does. But this should be it. She can just defend for time's sake. Alright, that is the end of Lalim. This will kill. Now for an unnecessarily long death animation. For both enemies. We have to watch both of them die in an overly dramatic way. Why not?
Of course we won.
Alright. Alright, so battle done. Actually, there's no more enemies on the way. So now we head to the top and we fight Emilius. Yeah, exactly. Why stop at 1 overly drawn out death animation when we'll give you 2? We'll have the little dude die overly dramatic, and then we'll have his summoned undead dragon die overly dramatic. Why not 4 death animations? Because that would just seem like overkill because there's only 2 enemies on screen. Alright. So, have no fear. Boss battle doesn't actually begin when I open the door. This is just, you know, to get this part done, and then we'll go... That way if we fail and mess up, we don't have to, like, watch this animation every time. Happened to me in run 2 days ago in my game. Interesting. Just kept dying without dying. That's very interesting, actually. Alright, so we equip the Volcano Egg because we're switching back to Galactic Bang. Take off these fire rings because we don't really need them for these upcoming battles. He needs the first ring. Sorry, she gets the magic pendant. And then he is going to get Yuki's badge. Recover. PS2 just not reading it. Are you talking about for Snowdeka? I apologize if I said that wrong. Alright, so we're going to equip Galactic Bang, remove Absolute Zero, equip, remove Water Mastery, equip Fire Mastery. It's pretty much the same motion we do every time. Alright, now let's go take down Alfina's brother. What up, Zell? Alright, so we're going to take down Emilius. You would normally want to use Unama's Orb as your first action, but because Donna's going first thanks to her skill set, I'm not, because honestly it is a massively
The
wasted
destruction
turn
card.
to
Face the
ask
flames of judgment.
Donna to waste a turn. She is primarily one of the biggest DPSs for this battle, and so if I waste that opportunity on using that orb, it's... So instead I'm going to have our girl Alfina here use Unama's Orb. So now you get to witness the power of Unama's Orb. Like I said, it will freeze time. Oh, really? I did not know that. Ha! That's pretty funny, Metabot. So Unama's Orb is the most broken orb in the game, but to use it, you have to use it, and then you have to continue fighting battles until... Yeah, it's basically... The world, kono diodai. So this is where Yuki is basically going to use Platinum Feathers. Our boy here is going to spam Fat Magui Bombs. Basically the goal right now is to kill Emilius as fast as possible while he is completely... He and all of his massive weapons he has there are completely frozen in time. So ideally with the way things go, it should be 3 of them, except for Yuki, are all going to attack Emilius one by one. I just got to make sure I'm targeting him, because I have made the mistake before where I accidentally tried to go too fast and I targeted like the Orb or the Demon Slayer or, you know, the Ham Sandwich, and that can mess it up. But yeah, basically Yuki's job at this point is to just spam feathers until we run out of platinum feathers. And if we run out of platinum feathers, remove the gold feathers, and then him and Alfina will use them.
Okay, let's try this.
So the timing's a little off with Ulf taking his turn where he's taking his turn, but it's not the end of the world, so it's fine. So like I said, just making sure we targeting Emilius. He should be auto-targeted going forward, but just in case. Let's see. And then Meteor, yeah.
The destruction card. Face the flames of judgment.
So if done properly, and with some luck at the beginning, you can actually beat this entire battle without taking a single hit of damage.
Oh, magic staff, lend me your power.
Things should be in a better place now for turn order,
Okay,
because now the 3 of them are mostly grouped up, and Yuki comes up from the rear. So yep, this should make all of them take their turn. Ooh, this should be a nice combo due to the timing.
Things that make you go boom.
Yeah, we'll get a combo hit with this one.
The destruction card. Face the flames
Yeah,
of
if I can get to this battle with a lot of with as many fat Magui bombs as possible, that's preferable over big Magui bombs, because big Magui bombs are 4 hits, only do about 600 or so damage, whereas fat Magui bombs are 7 to 10 hits. What's it, like 10 hits maybe? And they do like more like 1600 damage, but more with the way Ulf is geared. So it's better, but they're also way more helpful for the previous battle if I need to cancel actions from them. So yeah, we just continue the grind. I think it's like 10,000. It's like 10, 12,000 per
Destruction
round.
card. Face the flames of judgment.
So he's, because I think he's got like 37,000. So he's at 24,000. So should theoretically be 2 more turns. Theoretically.
Secret weapon! Yeah!
Probably gonna be like 2.5 turns if I had
Oh,
to say.
magic staff. Lend me your power.
Kind of depends if I can get a combo with, if I can get the faith of the action order to put Donna after a fat Mogwai bomb.
Okay, let's try this.
So yeah, this orb is the biggest reason why we can win this battle and the battle against the final boss.
The destruction card. Face the flames of judgment.
Yeah, we should be pretty close to beating him.
Secret weapon! Yeah!
Yeah, I
Oh, magic
think
Lend me your power.
Alfina should be able to finish him off with the combo hit. Because we're at an 8-hit combo still, so this should end the battle. Not quite. Yeah, he had about 7,000. So he has 405. Son of a turkey leg. Alright, I don't want to use a platinum feather, because that'd be overkill. So instead, we're just going to use a silver feather on Ulf.
Let's try this.
And it should be enough. It won't automatically make his turn happen, but it's going to put him far enough ahead that it should be okay. And then we don't have any fat Mogwai bombs, so we only have big Mogwai bombs.
Things that make
This
you go
might
boom.
push it. It should be enough. Yeah, it is enough. Okay, cool. And Emilius is down.
I didn't even break a sweat.
Cool. All right. So the more dangerous midpoint of the run is over. Now look, here's the crash plane you've all been asking for. He has finally crashed the red plane. So a bunch of story things happen. Essentially, we defeat Emilius, and he sort of starts to have a change of heart. But not really have a change of heart, ultimately. Like, he still kind of is still evil. And Zorn, he basically pretends like he's going to be better, but he's not. And then Zorn comes back, and then his minions, or the people he's working with, show up and kidnap Alfina because they need Alfina to finish the resurrection of Zorn. So they kidnap Alfina. Zorn is partially revived, and it blackens the sky or darkens the sky, or
That one's no good either.
basically
Dead as a doorknob,
basically
just like-
destroys all these flight units you see here. Or makes them unoperable or inoperable. And so now nobody can fly right now if they use the flight unit, which is what allows things to fly right now. So we find ourselves stranded in this like snowy mountainous town that you see here. Alright. So we're in Wraithfled Town. So we're just, we're kind of sad. We're kind of upset. Alfina's been kidnapped. We weren't able to rescue her, and now we can't fly any planes because all the flight units don't work. But thankfully, this is a JRPG video game, and stuff doesn't just quite end there. This is the part where we get the typical JRPG. I wish I could say yes. No, unfortunately, this game doesn't, like, we get a plane, but it wouldn't be like your typical JRPG plane. No, basically what's going to happen here is, a bunch of story things happen. We're all kind of upset and depressed, and we're just kind of, trying to figure out what to do from here. And like Schmidt's there, and we get some more backstory into some stuff. But Yuki feels pretty defeated. But defeated but not defeated. So we got to find Rots, as he just said there. And so we go find him, have more dialogue, and then the fairy girl from earlier, her name was Heck, that played the violin. She appears from out of nowhere from a portal in the Verse Realm. And from there, we decide to go find... So there's this, like, plane, and so we attempt to fly this plane. But we crash it, because that's all we do is crash planes. And then we learn of, like, an old-fashioned plane that might be found in another area. And so we decide to go get this old-fashioned plane that doesn't need a flight unit. And we use that to fly up to Sermania, which is changed, which is now... in this, which is, like, it's changed dramatically from before, thanks to, like, Zorn coming alive. Here we're gonna actually buy a fire mastery, so we can use it. We can use 2 of them for the finale. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna get another ship, of course, because this game is big on ships and stuff, but sadly, it's not going to be as cool as your typical JRPG airship. Like, it's not going to, like... So this is where he tries to fly a plane that's, like, partially finished. And, of course, he crashes it because it's a piece of junk. And that's what he does. He just crashes planes 95% of the time. Because he really wants to save Alfina. Fun fact, those bunnies are actually an enemy that you can battle and fight. Thankfully, they're like the one enemy in the entire game, with the exception of the minks, I want to say, that will not try to attack you. They'll actually run away from you, or just ignore you completely. We found this necklace. That was dropped, so we're gonna carry it around with us. Now we're gonna head back to town. I always found this next part to be kind of funny, because what you're gonna see here is clearly you saw in that cutscene, like, Yuki stands up, kind of brushes off the crash like it's nothing, and he's like, okay, I'm going back to the village. So I go back to the village, and then I love in this next scene here, you see he's crawling like he's passed out, or he's about to pass out, or he does actually pass out. I assume it's the game implying that the rest of the trek to the town was actually a lot longer than we perceived it to be, but I always just thought it was funny that, like, I walk into town on my feet, but in this cutscene, I'm passed out on the ground like I'm about to die, as you can see there. I mean, obviously for gameplay purposes, they weren't going to make me crawl, but why not? You crawl in, like, Metal Gear Solid, or you crawl in other video games. I played a 7 Deadly Sins video game, and because Escanor is so prideful and whatever, he walks slowly all elegantly, and so I had to like painfully walk slow because he doesn't apparently run or jog. He just walks slow. So this is where we basically kind of round up some more of the story, kind of get prepared for like the end game, the finale, as we go to put a stop to Zorn once and for all and save Alfina, who's been kidnapped. So here, Heck decides to join us, and she brings with her the strongest magic spell we will use, called Heaven's Gate. I hope you enjoy fairly long-winded magic animations that you've already been watching, because this one is just as long-winded as the rest. Yeah, we still get some cheerful music, even though we're in a snowy mountain town, and you know she's been kidnapped, and Zorn has made every flight unit inoperable. It's kind of funny, the emotional like change in reaction. But yeah, first before we leave town, we're gonna do our final kind of like sequence. So we're gonna do our final sequence of like shopping and a handful of like some menuing stuff. So first off, we're gonna do some setup skills here. Basically to remove Magica Esoterica, and then we're gonna equip Sharp Eyes, Water Mastery, Perception, and Way of Speed to help her out there. And then doing some magic, we're gonna remove Heaven's Gate, and we're gonna give her Absolute Zero. And then our girl here, we're gonna take away Galactic Bang and give her Heaven's Gate, the OP spell, because it's gonna be awesome. Alright, and then we're gonna head to the magic shop, so we're gonna extract an egg so we can sell for a bit of money. So we picked up an item called a Chaos Egg, which has got some powerful spells, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and extract this because we want to sell the Asteria Zap. It sells for like 4,800, which is super handy. I'm also going to do the Booster Egg. Cool. Alright. And last but not least, we're going to head to the general store. We got us a couple of powerful accessories. First, we're going to sell a few things. So we want to sell the Hero's Elixir. We want to sell magic cards. It doesn't sell for a lot, but you know what? 200 is still better than some of the other things. And then we want to sell both Iron Leggings, the Sickness Amulet, the Sapphire Ring. We want to sell Sterazap, as well as Runner. And then we also want to sell Magica Esoterica. And that should be enough to get what we need. So we need Witch's Pumps, and then we need 2 of these Knowledge Medals. And then from there, whatever money is left, we would buy with Nitro, which in this case is nothing. It's only 177. So, yeah, I need to go back and look at that menu. Something changed with my routing that I never adjusted for, and I don't usually have enough money to buy any Nitro, which is fine. I'm going to have all the Mogwai bombs to use because we got so much extra medals. yeah, we equip the knowledge medals and various other items to kind of boost some of our stats for some of these upcoming battles. So at this point, in terms of like what's left in the run, we basically have 3 boss battles for the remainder of the run. There's still a lot of like map movement and stuff we have to deal with. Like right now we've got to follow a few maps to find this plane that doesn't need a flight unit, so we can use that to get up to Sermania. And that will lead us to our next boss battle when we get there. So all in all, depending on the rest of how things go, we should be done around probably just under the estimated time, which is not too bad considering the run has had a lot of jank. So thanks to that casino section, we've been able to keep ourselves on fair pace. Weird enemy placement.
Fighting is pointless.
Ooh, man. So that's another one of the moments where, like, if the RNG of fleeing decided to be evil and say, nope, you can't flee, that could have been pretty bad. But just gotta get past this last enemy and we should be safe. Because once we interact with this plane, we'll be done with this area. Cool. So now we head back to town. We've got the plane we came for. We're going to use it to fly up the Sermania. But before that, we are going to enjoy ourselves a nice evening of relax and restoration before we head to the end game. Well, end-ish game, because we've got to do some prep work for the actual end game after the next 2 bosses. Go ahead and make the safety save now, because after we fly the plane up to Sermania, we are going to pretty much get thrown into a boss battle. This boss battle is not too bad with the items and the spells and stuff that we have. So this one's usually fairly safe in comparison to some of the other battles we've done. Yeah, we wanted to save at the end because there is not a safety save before the battle, because the battle's right here. There's actually a save after this battle, which is the kick in the teeth, you could say. So here we have Omega Bread. So we took down Mother Bread earlier, so now it's Omega Bread time. Alright, so we got the quick action. So basically, this boss has a lot less HP compared to... we're going to actually fight this boss twice. This boss only has 15,000 HP. The second Omega Bread has 30,000. So it's a lot more complicated of a battle. Thankfully, Absolute Zero mostly knocks out will knock out a handful of the enemies. It doesn't obviously kill all of them, but it will knock out a handful of them. Enjoy Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate. I always forget how many hits it is because the combo system is weird, unfortunately, so. But unless we get unlucky with some of the little guy RNG, the battle's usually over in 2 turns from the girls. So yeah, we use a gold feather, trying to save a few of those remaining platinum feathers for the next battle. But ideally, we want to use gold feather. So he's gonna defend. Yeah, he's just throwing balls out until a certain number of enemies are on screen. So that's the pattern of the main Omega and Mother bread enemies, is that they're gonna use the ball move until a number of enemies have been spawned on the map, and then they will actually retaliate. So some of it is a battle of speed, some of it is making sure you occasionally kill some of the spawned enemies, so you can kind of trap the bread enemy in a sequence of just spawning your enemies. But luckily, like I said, this boss is a lot weaker in comparison to another version of it, so as long as you don't get unlucky with like what the little guys do for damage, or misplay a turn, or don't use, like, if you don't have like a gold feather or something to use, you can usually get out of that battle pretty safe for the most part. All right, 1 Omega bread down, 1 more to go. Of course, we are going to safety save in case we get a random encounter that is less than kind to us. So we're going to make a slight detour because we want to get a pair of boots that are in this chest here. A few additional stats. So we're going to try to do that thing where we run in a weird circle in an effort to dodge. Looks like it worked out this time. Nice. Very nice. We were able to avoid the encounter. Just keep on swimming, y'all. Just keep on swimming. Alright, and then before that, we want to make sure we give him Mars Boots to help with some of his movement and initiation stats. Alright, gets us through this area. There'll be 1 more save point before we actually fight the second Omega bread. We don't need to do any sort of menuing. And then with this battle, it really just... So this is, when I was saying earlier, how we have to go through like 5 boss battles with the... Well, I guess technically it's 4 boss battles, because the first one you would replenish your items. But essentially, we are fighting the final enemy in what I call like the casino item rush mode, where if I had not won as much money as I did, or did the safety strat and go back after Violetta, this is where I would be basically scraping the bottom of the barrel of my feathers and bombs to take this boss down, which is what makes it a slightly more dangerous battle in comparison, because if I don't have like platinum or gold feathers to increase my turn order, it makes things a lot more dangerous and just like more likely to be a little janky. Let's see. I'm going to try something a little different. I'm going to actually cancel the ball move for once.
Yeah.
Delay a turn of it. Because why not?
This final card seals your fate.
Because that's what makes this battle dangerous, is because I don't really target the little guys. And so because of that, things can go, yeah, heart of the cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of that, the enemies can get a little dicey. Ooh, we got Craze. Craze is not good because it's a confusion move. And unfortunately, it caught Ulf and Donna. And Ulf and Donna are
Zero.
very bad to be confused. So that was another reason why this battle's kind of like... I don't have a webcam on, so you saw my face, but it's a lot of like... So it's not ideal. Unfortunately, they're going to lose their turns because I don't have a way to fix that, unfortunately. So yeah, this is going to be a little interesting. Because I can't friendly fire is the problem either. So unfortunately, it's gonna make some of this battle go a little interesting. I don't think I've ever had Donna and our boy Wolf hit like that, so I guess we'll see. Plus, that doesn't help that this person keeps summoning new monsters. Eventually, that's going to pose to be a problem, because it's going to actually do something worthwhile. I guess we will humor the idea of that. Okay, this actually works out. So, Magway Bomb. Man, do I wish I had an area of effect move. You know what? Let's Dynamite. Dynamite may be a bit of a saving grace here. Since we didn't use it on Emilius, we'll use it here instead. And then I'm going to actually have... Okay, this is actually a good order of enemies. They're all kind of grouped up together. So this should help take out a handful of them.
Zero.
Okay, I think we've recovered. So everybody stop being confused. So I guess Donna, I think, might still be confused. Now that I think about it. Yeah, Donna is still confused, which is unfortunate. Because she is our main DPS, so that's part of the problem. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it looks like enough. It has spent enough turns summoning things that it has unfortunately started going on the offensive. When it goes on the offensive, that's bad because it hurts. Yeah, this might be. This may be a retry. Let's see. Let's see if we can salvage this.
We have no choice. Please work.
Yeah, unfortunately, that confusion attack that has that confusion attack hitting Ulf and Donna, and then no basic melee attacks or something to stop them, did unfortunately make things a bit awkward. So if Heck gets off this move, we might be okay. Because I feel like she's going to kill a few of them.
Absolute. Zero.
And some of them have been weakened pretty heavily by now, so we may be in an okay position. I just don't remember if the red enemy... No, I guess we're not. Yeah. The enemies are so much tankier in this battle, they just don't die as fast in comparison. But see, it does make the bread go on the offensive again. I'm not sure what TPK is. That should salvage things a little bit. This is going to be interesting. I mean, Donna may still be able to pull off this win. I can't... In my mind, I don't remember how much damage Heaven's Gate does. Oh, total party kill. Yes, yes. Total party kill by over 2 turns. Okay, fair enough. I don't think this is going to do enough damage to actually kill. Yeah, it's going to be close. So, depending on... Actually, we may have salvaged this battle.
Okay.
Actually, I think we won.
Let's try this.
No clue. I know, right? The boss design is pretty. Wait till you see the final boss. I think we actually won. I think we pulled out the. I think we were able to pull out a victory, even though this battle went south pretty early on. Yep. We pulled it out. Yeah. Alright, that is pretty much the final boss before we head towards the final boss. So that's the last boss before the actual final boss.
We must be more careful next time.
Cool. Welcome back, Footlong. Nah, don't feel bad, Jubby. There are a number of people who were not aware of Grandia's past 1 and 2. And that's really the fault of the publishers. But I mean, the first, like, what was it? So after Grandia 2 came out, they made Grandia Extreme, which was, from what I've never played it, but from what I understand, it was a very different game. It's like a dungeon crawler, I believe. It's just style of play was very different from what people are used to. And then Grandia 3 came out in like 2005. But it was published by a different company. It was published by Square Enix, actually. But they didn't do a whole lot with like marketing. And then in addition to that, they also didn't put the game out in Europe. So it was only like Japan and US. So if you're from if you're from Europe, you may have never heard of Grandia 3 in theory, unless you read stuff on the internet. But all right, so even though we were technically in the end game, we need to go back and kind of set stuff up. Is what we're doing here. So we're flying to Saboteur Harbor. Really like Extreme, but not for character story. I've never played Extreme. One of these days, I'll need to look at investing, like buying a copy of the game and giving it a shot. But yeah, I do not have a copy of Extreme, and I've never played it. So the first thing we do is we basically replenish our inventory of items for the end game. And realistically, all we need are 9 platinum feathers and 9 fat Mogwai bombs to kind of get us through. And then gold feathers is a backup, and then big Mogwai bombs is also a backup. So I mean, realistically, we have what we need to get through the next section. Because everything else we don't actually need. So yeah, so we're good there. Yeah, don't you unlock tragic backstory? I need to, because of how low my HP was, I forgot to heal up first. Oh, yeah, and I'm fine with joke commentary. I just apologize in advance if you make a joke and it, like, flies over my head. It's like 2:30 in the morning. I'm a little sleep deprivated. So sometimes I don't catch the jokes, but I'm okay with joke commentary. So this part of the run is the closest to a grind that we would have. Like, there's no, it's not like a Final Fantasy. It's not like Final Fantasy like 12, where there's like a section of the run where you do like a level grind, or or like a skill point grind or license board grind. What I have to do here now is basically I'm getting prepared for the finale, and we need Unama's Orb for the finale. But the problem is Unama's Orb is not recharged because, well, we don't fight random encounters. And so we have gone back to Saboteur Harbor, one, to replenish our items in the casino. And while we're here, we figured, hey, let's go fight
Hey, were they even trying?
random enemies in the next zone over until the orb is replenished. So that's basically what I'm doing here. So I'm basically going around to all the encounters in this area, and I'm just going to fight them. I just fight them until the orb is reactivated. It can take, I want to say it's like 10 to 12 encounters. It doesn't seem to be the same number every time. There's nothing I could find that explicitly said, like, okay, if you surprise them, if you're ambushed by them, if you do this, if you do special attacks, if you do this. So I just, spam basic melee attacks, which seem to be the best option. And we just kind of do it until. Do I do this a lot? That's fine.
That went well, didn't it?
If only pushing X to ponder the orb was the thing. Yeah, sadly, it's just random enemy encounters. I believe it. It's that time of year. A lot of the marketplaces have sales and discounts on things. I was thinking about picking up. Mind you, I've played this before comments come after what I'm about to say. I keep thinking about learning the speedrun of Final Fantasy X, but I would probably do it on PC because the PC run with the cutscene skip mod would be shorter, and I'd be able to do it. But I don't own it on PC, and it's on sale for like $15 on Steam right now. So my brain's like, ooh, $15, that's half off regular price. Maybe it's time I buy Final Fantasy X. You talking to me? Yes, I should. I mean, I will eventually. I don't know if I'm going to buy it. Because the problem is, like, I'm not ready to sit down and learn the Final Fantasy X speedrun. I mean, I just started running Final Fantasy 12 TZA, so I need to, like, I'd like to reach the goal I have in mind for TZA first. Nice. I've never played any of the Altair games. I think that's how you say this. Atelier games. Oh, I've played 10 casually, for the record. No, I've played 10 casually. Okay, so the orb is recharged, so we're done. Yeah, no, I have played 10 casually. It's not like I've never played the casual.
Smiled on us today.
I haven't played it in years, mind you, but I've watched enough of the speedrun that I've reacclimated myself with most of the game. But no, I've played every Final Fantasy game casually. Have I beat every Final Fantasy game? No. I have not beaten 8 and 1, 2, and 3. But I beat all the other ones. So 1, 2, 3, and 8 I have never finished. Alright. So we have bought all the items we need. We have replenished our orb. It is now time to head for the finale of the game. So now we're going to run through the final dungeon, essentially. I'm going to safety save here as a precaution, because this run has taught me that you never know. You could get that one random encounter you've never seen before and it'd kill you. Before you learn Speedrun's sport. No worries. No worries. I mean, you could always look at a different game. Just because you didn't feel like speedrun is your sport from trying to learn, like, Kingdom Hearts Recoded doesn't mean, like, you can't speedrun. Maybe you just maybe the style of speedrun recoded is just maybe, you know, not your cup of tea or whatever the reason is. I feel like there's a better way to explain it, but I don't know, maybe find a different game. At one point in time, I thought about learning Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and I found it very daunting to do these like frame perfect like skips and things like that, and so I felt very discouraged, but then I, you know, decided to run Final Fantasy VII Remake instead. Hell, I'm afraid of trying to run like a platforming game. I'd be like, I don't know if I could do a platforming game. I think the closest, I have one game that's not a RPG that's not some sort of turn-based RPG game or just a Final Fantasy game in general. I speedrun I also speedrun Onimusha 2. Onimusha 2 is the closest, is the only like non-RPG speedrun I do. Yeah, there are like easier games to get into. I don't like investing the time and repetition, to be honest. I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's the thing with speedrunning, is that like you have to be willing to like play a game over and over and over and over again. So if you can't see yourself doing that to a game, then it's definitely not worth the time. Nothing wrong with that. I mostly only play JRPGs too. So this is the final dungeon, by the way. I'm just progressing through it and trying to like dodge enemies. Yee! Ooh, that Minotaur almost freaked me out. Basically just dodging enemies, picking up some chests along the way that have some really good gear in them to use here in the end game. Perfect Villages. I've only seen any % runs of Dark Cloud 1. I'm not too familiar with the other categories. So yeah, there's a... I didn't even know that was a category for Dark Cloud. So I'm trying to be mindful of this Minotaur because this Minotaur is basically a random. It's basically the Minotaur boss battle, but as a random enemy encounter. So it's obviously like ridiculous of a battle in theory. So he could one-shot me if I get caught by one. So I'm trying to be a little safe. 100% Dark Cloud runs. Ah, okay. Yeah, we're picking up... Most of the items we're picking up are predominantly defensive items, like gear we can use for various things, but also because Alfina is going to need some new gear. So, you know, spoiler alert, Alfina's not in our party right now, but she is going to be in our party for the final boss battle. She takes the place of Hecht. Hecht leaves our party right before the end, and so she doesn't really have up-to-date gear, or at least gear that's worth using for this final boss. So a lot of the items that we pick up are actually items that she can equip, but it's just stuff that's going to make the boss a little bit more manageable, a little bit safer. And even then, that's, you know, not a guarantee it's like overly safe, because depending on how the opening turns go, it can kind of determine the nature of the battle as a whole. Interesting. I guess I'll have to see if I can see any runs of it. I've actually never played Dark Cloud 1 or 2, to be honest with you. Nothing against the games, I don't know, I just never picked one up and played it. Alright. Made it to the Cursed Tower, so we're almost there, give or take. So we're actually going to safety save here because this next room is super dangerous. You can usually avoid most encounters, but a lot of times I should still invoke. Yeah, usually I can only avoid one possible risk of battle.
Fighting is pointless.
All right, we got the flea, thankfully. So we should be fine. But yeah, there's too many enemies trying to converge on my location to effectively dodge, sadly. Alright, we are just about ready to fight this final boss. Dark Cloud Spenda %. Don't even know what that means. Yeah, we're not ready to do the menu yet because we need Alfina. I mean, Alfina's in our party now, but we're basically setting up so we can just run to the final boss. So we're doing a few more story-based things. Oh, it's a golf minigame. Okay. Gotcha. Is that actually a category? Alright, well, it's about to be final showdown time. We just gotta do one final menu. So, all in all, as long as the boss doesn't give me crappy RNG, we're maybe 15-ish minutes away from the end. 12 to 15 minutes. In case you wanted to know, Zell. That is pretty funny, actually. But yeah, depending on how RNG favors me, 12-ish minutes, 15 minutes. It just depends on if I can get off Unama's orb at the right time. Alright, light, we need Maiden's Dress. Rainbow Heals. She needs a Knowledge Medal. She needs a Volcano Egg. Divine Book. And then we're going to put our boy here in a Phalanx. And then she needs Sage's Robe. Sublime card. He needs Hero Armor. Spirit Boots. And then we're going to use... we're going to use the Magic Seed on Donna, give her a little bit more MP. And then we're going to use the Power Seed on Alfina. Both of them, that we got that extra one on. Then we're going to set up skills. Mostly for Alfina, so set up magic. Oops, sorry. She needs Galactic Bang. And then skills. Yeah, because Alfina rejoins the party, like, beefed up on skills and everything. Guru's Way, Sharp Eyes, Fire Mastery, Perception, Way of Speed, and Warrior Way. And then Galactic Bang. Okay. Kiss the final boss. Nice. Just being safe. Alright. Alright, to the final boss we go! But yes, this battle should only be around 10 to 12 minutes, give or take. Alright, so first turn. Okay, so we lucked out so far. So first turn, she's going to use a new move called Armageddon to basically lower all stats of our boy here. We're going to have our boy Ulf use the big one. So we don't use Unama's Orb right away, because if we use it right away, there's a higher chance of it wearing off before the battle gets to a certain point.
All living things
That's not great, unfortunately, especially because it was Alfina who's doing the basically the move that is going to take everybody down, or not take everybody down, but what's that? Lower the stats. It's fine. It's fine. It's
Okay, let's try this.
We'll see. In worst case, we die and just start over. It's only been a minute. Because ideally, once we get Unama's
This final
orb
card
off,
seals your
the battle's
fate.
over. But I need Armageddon to go off before I use Unama's orb. So Dark Hymn was not a great scenario. I mean, melee attacks are more ideal. I'm gonna have to waste a turn with our boy here to revival elixir her.
Back on your feet.
And then I should be able to Platinum Feather to kind of fix things, mostly. It's going to be iffy,
It's okay. I'll be fine.
but I'm going to make it work. So, Platinum Feather.
Okay, let's try this.
Alright, and then Erosion. Man, I wish I remember what Erosion does. I don't think it's been so long since I've seen Erosion, so I'm not fully sure. Oh, okay, cool. She's getting a upgraded version of
Let your
Armageddon.
anger and your hate
Talk about RNG at its finest right now.
be absorbed by
But
the
this is
divine
going to
light.
lower Zorn's
Your suffering
attack,
is over.
defense, and speed. This is what's going to help me kind of do like my max damage. Because offense goes down, defense goes down. I thought speed goes down too. I could be wrong.
Fools. Why do you live on?
I think that just poisons me. Oh, it failed.
final
Okay,
card
it actually
seals
failed the
your
poison.
fate.
So I think we're going to be okay, because I got that move off. I've got Heaven's Gate off twice. So it should be time to use Unama's Orb. And get this dog and pony show on the road. So, Unama's Orb. Alright. Now it's a race against the clock. Everybody's alive. Erosion failed to stick a poison on our girl, Alfina. So it's time to duel.
Okay.
Luckily, this
let's
is
try
one
this.
target, so I don't have the risk of like misfiring an item.
Things that make you go boom.
Brooklyn Raid, Brooklyn Raid, yeah.
This
Brooklyn
final card
Raid,
seals your
Brooklyn
fate.
Rage. Yeah, can't you see the dogs and ponies? They're over there.
Okay, let's try this.
So, the placement, the turn order is a little janky, but not the worst.
Feel the power of 1,000 suns.
Never played this, but a big fan of Ulf. Everybody seems to like, most people seem to like Ulf. I think it's pretty funny. Though, one of my regular viewers really dislikes him for some reason. I never understand that. He is still yet to explain why he dislikes Ulf.
Things that make you go boom.
I just think it's funny. He's the one person I know that has not seen the white wolf.
This final card seals your fate.
I'm trying to get an idea of how much damage I'm doing per turn so I can get an idea of how many turns it's going to take to win this battle.
Okay, let's try this.
Alright, I'm gonna do some math. So I'm at 84,000. I think I'm doing about 10 to 12,000 per round, if I had to guess.
This final card seals your fate.
Secret weapon! Yeah!
Things to make you go boom! Alright, we got
Okay,
4 platinum
let's try
feathers,
this.
which is not going to equal the amount of turns we need. Because what are we at? We're at 69 nice thousand. So I'm doing, what was I at? 74,000?
Feel the power of 1,000 suns.
God, I can't do math right now. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to do the math of how many turns it's going to take. I want to say it's going to take 5 to 6 turns. So yeah, we're gonna have to switch to golden feathers probably. Yeah, it's about 15k, isn't it? I think the fat Mogwai bombs are helping do more damage. Normally it's around 12k because I don't usually have 9 fat Mogwai bombs. I'm usually using like much weaker bombs. So I think I have that going for me this time. Yeah, because between the girls it's about 11,000, give or take. Yeah, like I said, Yuki is basically the sorry for the colorful language, but Yuki's the feather bitch.
Okay.
By the end of the run. Yuki is the guy who just tosses the feathers to make everybody else go faster. Okay, so yeah, it's about 15k. Quick, somebody do the math. What's 54 divided by 15? That should be the amount of turns it's going to take. Thank you. Yeah, so about 4-ish turns. Yeah, so that means I'm gonna have to switch to gold feathers because I only have a finite more of platinum feathers. 3? I got like 3 platinum feathers. So I'm gonna do this instead.
Okay, let's try this. It's now or never.
Yeah. Timing is also so when we get to time it's gonna be a little weird. Timing for this game is basically when the word dead appears on the boss. I'll usually have a good idea of when to anticipate it, but yeah, we should. I mean, we did use Unama's Orb fairly late,
This
so
final card
I think
seals
we'll be
your
okay.
fate.
But okay, no, this is good. This is doing the gold feathers. I think fix things because now I'm gonna have Yuki use a platinum feather, and it should make 3 of them pair up together and do a combination attack between the 3 of them. So I think we're down to maybe 3-ish turns. I mean, we lost a little bit of damage by not having Ulf take a turn
Okay,
for
let's try
DPS.
this.
But Yuki was going before him, so it would have been a waste. Alright, let's see. 32,000. Oh, no. I did the thing that I always try not to do, is I forgot to... Yee, this is bad. And I can't cancel a turn. Okay, it's not, like, bad, but it's not ideal what I did there.
Secret weapon.
I have to remember that she needs to be healed for her MP at some point in the middle of the battle. And I forgot to pay attention to how much MP she had, because realistically, I should have had Ulf use it, because Heaven's Gate is what does the majority of the damage. So now I've lost that turn because of that. So it's gonna put things in a possibly tight bind, but shouldn't be the worst case scenario.
How about this?
It's just not overly ideal. So this will be my last Platinum Feather, so
Okay,
this means Ulf
let's
is gonna
try
have to
this.
start helping with feather use. Alright, 22,000.
Feel the power of 1,000 suns.
So what I'm going to actually have Ulf do to just help with turn order is I'm going to have him defend, so it moves his, it's going to move him sooner. Because I think at this point it's just going to have to be the girls doing all the damage. So he's going to defend, puts his turn order a little bit sooner. She'll Heaven's Gate.
This final card seals your fate.
Yeah, it should be two-ish. Two-ish. Hypothetically, I could possibly risk doing like an attack with Wolf. I mean, here, let me check how much damage, how much health is left. 11,000. Okay, I think we could do the Gold Feather and have
Okay,
Ulf,
let's try this.
Alfina, and Donna attack, and I think that should end it. Yeah,
Things
this
that make you go
should
boom.
end it. Yeah, just need Donna to take her turn, and it should be over. Because it's about 8,000 between the two girls. The two girls alone do like... Actually, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. So next attack from Donna, and it's over. Oh my god, and the thing just ran out. Oh, we're fine. Death Keel. We're okay. Death Keel's gonna be fine. We'll Gold Feather to be safe. Okay,
let's
that's
try
just the
this.
time loss. I didn't need to do that. Okay, so get ready for time. Time's coming up here, because
This
Donna
final
is going to
card
kill. So the
seals
minute
your
I see the
fate.
word death across the boss's HP, that is time. So I'm going to be staring at the icon until I see the word death. And... time! Not bad. We are 40... I was 40 minutes over PB, and we still beat the estimate I gave. Whew! Thank you. Thank you, Slam Vivian. Thank you all for the GGs. Not bad. So for anyone who's wondering, my PB in this game is... Yeah, and he got dusted. You are correct. Yeah, unfortunately, Emilius was also turned to ice. But yeah, if anybody's wondering, my PB in this game is actually a 447. And we got a 528. So this is why I give
Emilius was. He was happy.
almost an hour plus estimate if I ever run this in a
You have to
marathon.
realize that he died.
For reasons
protecting
like
you.
this. Because sometimes the RNG just don't play nice. We got lucky with the casino. Honestly, if the casino section was really bad, we would have went over in theory. Thank you all for the GGs.
I just wanted him to live.
I just wanted him to live.
I wanted him to see the sky. I wanted him to see this world.
Yes, up next will be the schedule. Well, thank you, really, really longathon. I mean, obviously, you can take me out whenever you're ready to roll, but thank you once again for having me showcase this game. Always a pleasure to show this. It's fine. But thank you for allowing me to do this filler run. I love playing Grandia 3 at marathons. I'm the only active runner for this game currently, so it's nice to let this game shine at events so people can see it instead of kind of dying to the Shadow Realm.
Thank you.
But
I heard him.
y'all have a wonderful time and enjoy the rest of the marathon, and